fortune in my books.
Perfect! So you're gonna win?
Bora caralho!
Bora caralho! Please, gentlemen, shake your hands and take your places. E vocês estão preparados? It's show time!
A grand final packing a punch at the very minimum. Gentlemen, we are about to jump into the server, so let's just go ahead and start putting our money where our mouth is, Jacob. What's going to happen today?
I mean, Na'Vi are the favorites, and I think there's only one thing that can change that narrative, and that is if Mouse takes some inspiration from the goddamn mosquitoes we've been surrounded about throughout this entire tournament. I'm trying to put myself to sleep, and there's a mosquito in my ear. Right, I've smashed it, I get blood on my fingers, blood on the sheet, another one is coming in. That's going to be the same scenario tonight. JL will win clutches, Na'Vi will win certain rounds. Mouse just got to keep coming back into it over and over and over again. All I'm saying is I lost to the mosquitoes this night, and I think Mouse could do the same thing to Na'Vi. Na'Vi are the favorites, but Mouse, with that energy, maybe they got a chance.
I don't think I've ever heard a mosquito analogy quite like that, Yanko.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi is ripe for the taking here, right? Like Mao's obviously going to be more hungry, Na'Vi going from one final to the other. And when you look at it, they were ripe for the taking on a couple of tournaments. I mean, it was only due to the inexperience from Eternal Fire and Trolling that they weren't able to come out on top there. G2 bested them at Blast fall final. So I think Mao's, with all the experience that they've gathered in the past couple of months, they won't make the same mistake, Trace. I think this is where Mao's finally ascends and lifts the trophy at the big arena event.
Ooh, okay. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for that. Yesterday was a game of cat and mouse. Today, Na'Vi attempt to start their campaign of owning the rest of 2024. Today will be a fight, or perhaps a hunt for the mid-October. Let's go ahead and get it right over to our commentators. Let's think going, Moses.
The best performing team of this year, Na'Vi, going up against Malice in a best of 5. It's Inferno, Dust 2, Mirage, Ancient, and Nuke if we need them, Jason. But this is a matchup packed full of storylines. So many exciting ones to look at, and a great insight from Shuei saying that both teams are kind of similar in the fact that they don't have that one standout star.
Yeah, it's both teams who win by committee. You have 4 strong players surrounding the IGLs. Those 4 guys are delivering the goods, the impact, the IGL, the brains of the operation, having strong fundamental counter-strike between these two teams. For Maoz, they're coming in here to look and lift that first big stage trophy. For Na'Vi, it's the end of this long grind. They played 6 finals in a row, including this one. They want to end it with the trophy lift before they can get some rest before the year comes to a close.
The year coming to a close in a few months' time, but this tournament comes to a close today. One champion, one opportunity, and we're getting into this best of 5 grand final, Na'Vi versus Maoz on Inferno.
And the team's locked into the pistol round. Na'Vi starting on the CT side. Mal is going to be on the offensive T side as they open up this grand finals campaign. 2 smokes, a Molotov, a pair of flashes for the Mao's attack. Na'Vi have a little piece of utility themselves, and for the moment it's going to start out pretty slow. Just now, Mao's coming up towards the top of A ramp and aggressively forcing back bit. But a very quiet pistol round. A sole defender at this B bomb site. Jail looking for information. Keep your eyes on the mini-map. When Na'Vi decide to rotate somebody over, he just gets a spot and information. That top banana has been taken. And Na'Vi holds their nerve.
JL's got to hold his. He's got to hold B alone. Smoke ready to deploy as soon as he makes contact or spots a Mao's player. But he's got no support.
The problem is if they start moving it when he spots him, they're going to come through this. And I think they might still, considering they just used all their utility exertion. Oh, he's been so good up front for Mao's this event, and he's got an opening kill. And all of a sudden, you got to say the odds of winning this retake just plummet. His pistol round might have slipped out of control for Na'Vi.
Just from the initial setup, wasn't good enough to stop Mao's, and See how this attempt getting back into the ruins goes. First headshot's good. Wonderful's beside him. Impact. Oh, he goes down. Surprisingly so. Wonderful's got them back into this. And Shuey takes steps back to darkness. He knows he's got somewhat of a crossfight here with Brawlin out towards Banana. And Shuey takes that first shot. Time is starting to tick here for Na'Vi. And there's no kick on their back. Ima, good kill. It's now 1v1, but Brawlin should play this one patiently. He goes into the open. Ima can't win this round any longer. Not enough time. He'll retreat. Mouse have the first round of this final.
Yeah, but it got close. That's a very nice retake attempt from Na'Vi.
ניסיון נחמד מאוד של נאבי באמת. עבודה יפה שם
How many players he'd lost, tucking himself in, making himself very, very hard to find.
And we got to see Miles play Inferno against the side of Fury. The game plan in Inferno, or rather against Vitality, and the game plan in Inferno was exertion, works Banana, and we see him really capitalize on those opportunities, cutting off and irritating players that had to come back over.
Well, he actually gave a lot of credit over to that Inferno win they had over Fury. Obviously mentioned the work that Exertion did over on Banana, said he was having one of those games where we know he can just win us rounds and be a huge force, but he's credited the calling in the T side specifically on Inferno in that series, what allowed them to calm down and get comfortable in the semi-final. Second round bye for Na'Vi. They've got a FAMAS on Ima, MP9 on Wonderful, pistols and utility across the board. And Berlin's going to get stuck behind that
של נאבי. נראה שיש פה ביסטק. אם מאוס יכוונו ל-A site ending זה ייראה הרבה הרבה יותר.
Run where it's due. They came into this talking about that new style.
למרות שאלכסי בי התחיל רוטיישן.
Shuhei put together with Cyclone. Shuhei himself doing a lot of work with the various apparatus of the Mao's staff to improve his in-game his presence as a leader within
נותן
his
עבודה
team.
נהדרת לכיוון טופ בננה.
And it's paying dividends right out of the gate.
שלושה שחקנים. ועושה פוסט לסמוק.
Shuey. Round long, first kill is on a Wonderful, goes back again, no seconds, even better from Shuey. We know these second round
אולי אלכסי בי ינסה להשיג פה משהו, ברמת הרעיון זה ראונד של מאוס.
Against Furia, but they're not going to be slipping on the banana peel that Na'Vi lay out. It is a second round in a row here for the side of Mouse. Na'Vi should save the 3 remaining weapons and Kevlar
יופי של עבודה. שוי עם דאבל אנטרי.
For Mouse already. I mean, this is a team that really have taken a big step at this event. A team that, having their own words, Yimpat in that interview you mentioned, they are no longer going to use the excuse of going missing on the big stage because they gained more experience. They put a lot of hard work into sort of accomplishing their goals when it comes to these stage games, and we've seen them break through phase. We've seen them come back and start the stage game, and for the first time they've won 2 games at the IEM playoffs.
Yeah, it's the first time they've been able to win 2 consecutively in any playoffs this year as well. So yeah, that kind of excuse, which I don't think they ever used it as an excuse. It was just a very noticeable outside trend of watching them in group stages versus the big stage.
יפה 2-0.
Now with this kind of success,
אימא ואלכסי בי שומעים את הנשקים שלהם לראונד הנוכחי.
Yeah, that's not something they can lean on anymore.
התחלה טובה של מאוס.
I don't think they want to. They've come into this event and these playoffs being very calm and very confident amongst each other. A 2-0 start. And things looking good in the early going for these grand finals for Mouse.
A lot of support this week for Alexi Biskella. He's been really loving the fan support that he's been getting here in Brazil. Would love to finally win an IEM trophy. 0-6 on that right now. We talk about their 6 finals in a row. There's not a whole lot of 6s that Alexi's going to be happy about when it comes to those IEM grand finals.
ביט חזק מאוד בכיוון אפרטמנטס במפה הזאת, מפה חזקה שלו, לרוב. מעניין אותי איך הוא ישחק את המשחק הזה. יש לנו פה דאבל בוילר סטאפ של נאבי. 4 לכיוון ה-A.
It was just no one really gave it, any kind of due, and myself included.
Okay, מתחילים רוטיישן אצל נאבי.
Individual stats were very, very low. Didn't look clean the whole way through. But Blade always kept a calm hand and always said, you know what, it's a roadmap, it's a process, and we're going to get there.
אלכסי בי לבד פה בסייד נופל, ויהיה פה סוג של ריטק של נאבי.
Very, very strong, very
אנחנו עוד לפני הפלן.
Weak points to exploit.
JL, a weak point in this round, getting cleared by Shuey, smack 10. They line up for this FAMAS.
אימא יכול להביא פה כל כך הרבה.
Onto towards, he nearly takes him down. That would have been a way back in. Bomb plant still hasn't been confirmed yet, and Imma's still having a look here.
Oh,
He denies
nice.
that bomb plant through the smoke.
אימא
Towards
עובד
the dawn.
יפה.
And now a problem arises.
2 נגד 2.
All of the hands of Imma.
ונאבי איכשהו לוקחים את הראונד הזה, לא יאמן. לא יאמן.
Good job collapsing, and that goes back. This team is so good at finding solutions.
אימא נותן פה ראונד ענק.
B-bomb site lost, you're on a low buy, you still managed to do enough damage to make the retake possible. And for how good Jimmy's been in the clutches, Bit doesn't give him any time to settle into
איזה
this
ספאם
one.
מטורף.
Pouncing on the follow-up contact and making sure Na'Vi close it out.
Didn't have a big FAMAS round popping off on the bingo card for this grand final, but Imma making it work to
לא ראונד שאנחנו רוצים לראות, אבל זה ראונד שהוא באופן יחסי לא משמעותי מדי. במקום לבנות אקונומי חזק, אנחנו נשארים ב-even ראונד. זה אומר שהראונד הזה מאוד חשוב.
I'm so intrigued as to how this banana fight is going to go down between JL and Exertion.
מחליף את החיים שלו עם שוי.
Exertion loses his health at the beginning of this round. He's down to 21.
That's going to be a fun head-to-head on this part of the map, especially because you know Mouse is going to want to see if they can establish that kind of success from Exertion, just like they did against Furia. Able to get opening kills, able to pressure the bomb site so early in rounds. And JL's a big, big piece for Na'Vi that can put a stop to it.
Get the initial space they want in banana, but
בראול משחק very aggressive position. יש לנו את כל ה-ups control.
got space now with Mouse and 55 seconds remaining in this round for the T side to play with.
יש אלכסי בי וג'ייל משחקים very passive.
Be quite passive in their setup. No one near top banana. They're just sitting back. Spawning from CT spawn.
They're really content at this point to just hold on to utility. They're like, okay, Mouse isn't really
Full
doing
late
anything. They're not
smoke,
being
Jail,
aggressive,
late smoke.
so
You
we're
have
happy to keep
flash.
the smoke. If you look over at the defenders here at this B-bomb site for Na'Vi, JL still got a flashbang. Alexi's
הוא הולך להפליש את אלכסי עם המולוטוב הזה. אני לא כזה שונא את הסטאפ של נאבי.
And Alexi moving into the site really strengthens this hold. JL in dark, Alexi B at first oranges, and here comes this final attack. 15 seconds. Mouse moving through. Shui at the front. Will he clear first oranges?
שוי,
Check that angle.
שוי עם אנטרי נוראי לסייד. זה שלנו איכשהו מציל את הקיל, אבל הוא מצב לא מוצלח. אין עולם שטוז'י לוקח את זה. הוא כולו לא, הם יודעים איפה הוא נמצא.
Very low health, very low chances. He'll move to the new box and Wonderful walks into the open. Na'Vi will pull
עבודה לא מוצלחת בכלל של החבר'ה שלנו.
You mentioned how passive they were playing. Even when the hit comes in, JL's not peeking off Alexi's contact. He's saying, okay, they're entering the bomb site. You're in a fight. There's 9 seconds left. Like, I'm fine just hanging out here. The time is an ally. And Mal's not aggressive enough to put it on their side.
לא יודע איך שוי לא עושה קליר לדבר הזה. לכאורה ברול לא אמור לעשות איזה דרופ, אבל זה לא נכון.
Navi's able to get tons of work done at this B bomb site in 2 very, very clean rounds.
ראונד כואב להפסיד.
Not enough money to get a full buyout here for Mouse, so they're going to go for some upgraded pistols. Deagles, P250, Tech 9, a couple of flashes here on Torzy. You know they're capable of being deadly in scenarios like this, but is likely Na'Vi head into the lead.
בדוריאן עם 500 דמג' בראונדים.
The challenges of entering into this best of 5 finals. They played the late semi-final last night. You know, you're a little bit tired after the series, prepping all day, and then you got to get done with it, and you got to start looking into a best of 5. Now they do have, as we know, they have Zipix on the roster. Obviously, a huge major winner with the old Astralis, greatest team of all time, one of the best clutch players we've had. As an assistant coach, he's been putting in tons of work for this team from home. Able to get some work done throughout the night so that when Cyclone and the boys wake up, they've got notes to look at and review.
ג'ימי לא משיג אפילו אחד, אמנם יש פה איזושהי עזרה מהטימייטס, אבל וואלה, אתה מצפה ממנו בדרך כלל להביא לפחות אחד. יכול להיות שיהיה פה early timeout של סלו. לא סלו, סליחה, זה לא השם של הסלו.
Just seeing the amount of clutches that Yimpat's been able to collect in the playoffs and at this tournament in general has certainly earned him some of those comparisons.
I actually spoke with Zipix about that this morning. I
זוכר את השם של
was like, what's up, man? Is Yimpat the best clutcher we got in Counter-Strike ever since Prime Zipx? And he was just like, it's not even a question. Of course he is.
Of course.
And you're always going to say that about your boy, but it's hard to argue with the production.
Nice entry.
Good trade. Important trade from Bit deep down mid. Shuei stuck in a spray.
איכשהו מצליח להוריד אותו.
Bit's going to have to fall back.
Wonderful, מפספס שוט, ג'ימי משיג פה קיל.
Bit won't be able to make it into Pit. That's a good Molotov to slow things down, but there's no chance he's getting any reinforcements. It's only getting aggressive.
Nice shot של טוז'י. נראה כמו ראונד של מאוס, ילד ג'ייל ואלקסי בי מאוד קשה לעשות את האודישן הזה.
Alexi B's all the way back at CT spawn. He's at Speedway actually at the moment.
ריטק לא קל בכלל לפניהם. וברולן גם איך שמוריד את ג'ייל.
And then obviously you see
אלקסי בי צריך לשמור, אין לו שום עניין לעשות אפילו את זה.
From where he got, there's not enough time to be in a good place to actually put a stop to you. And Wonderful, I think, is going to be a little bit frustrated missing that opening shot. That was the avenue Mauz needed to access the A bomb site.
וונדרפול לא יכול להחמיץ את השוט הזה, זה שוט גם באופן יחסי לא מאוד קשה. יופי של מפה של וונדרפול עד השוט הזה, אבל בסדר, קורה.
I think the best of five is a fun one.
3-3.
אבל
הכסף נמצא בעיקר בידיים של נאבי. נכנסים פה לעוד גן ראונד.
They got their best of five win, but it was a pro league, right? It was in more of a comfortable studio environment. It was against a team that don't often get to the grand finals in Eternal Fire.
It was a very, very hot Eternal Fire that made an incredible run through ESL Pro League.
Nice shot to Doji.
Sharp, the resurgence of Woxic, and yeah, they gave Navi a real test across that whole series.
מפתיע שג'יילו לוקח פה את הקיר בולן.
For Navi to take it. Had to have for Alexi B to be able to get a best of five trophy under his belt. His story with best of fives is well known in his struggles. But at least they've gotten over that hump. It's a timeout used by Mauz heading into round number 7.
See the intensity of some of the emotions already on display. Rounds into the game, JL's already hitting the desk.
Anubis, Vertigo Band, Inferno, Dustur, Mirage, Ancient, Mew.
Did get the better of them throughout the group stages. We got to listen into
אם נגיע לחמישה משחקים,
maybe some of that
איזה
rough
סיריס זה
travel
יהיה.
schedule getting to them.
It's been fun and impressive hearing those because on one level I feel like Navi throughout this event they've had the opposition that they faced to get to these grand finals, but it also feels like there is an extra element of playing against themselves and their own mentality and their own exhaustion. And it's been very cool to see a team try and work through that, how obvious it is when we hear the comps, and then also have success through that kind of a situation.
They always find a way, no matter if it's not going to plan.
All right, well, let's see exertion. Let's see if he wants to flex here. Going to turn the corner. So good in this position. Mauz want to activate him so they can rely on the kind of presence he has in Banana.
Nice exertion, carry JL.
JL to fall. An exertion. We know he doesn't slow down often. He's very comfortable in trying to work this B bomb site. Bit of a gap there on the side of the smoke, but it will expand.
יופי של אנטרפלאג.
To the player inside of the site.
And that's the beauty of exertion on Inferno and his play in Banana. Is obviously the kill is wonderful. It's an opening provided, but the pressure that he applies onto that B bomb site, forcing the early smoke out of Alexi B, making the B bomb site an option for Mauz later in the round when they realize there's not enough utility to stall this all the way down to the
Mauz לא מאמינים ברוטיישנים של נאבי.
Against Furia just yesterday. We got that opening kill. We forced out an early piece of utility. Let's just move up and abuse this. Let's hit it. Because he's going to want to hang on to this smoke a little bit longer. They have the opening they need.
Alexi smoking out towards top Banana, trying to slow them down, but Mauz, they're going to go through it this time. Alexi needs to step up to the back of the side.
Alexi B משיג exertion, שויק עושה לו טרייד. אם ינסה לסיק פה ספאם, לא משיג כלום, וזה ראונד רביעי של מאוס. exertion הביא פה ראונד בעזרת הקיל הזה, על ג'ייל.
But just a nice easy read and call from Mauz. And once again, coming through that smoke, recognizing the window of opportunity means they have to force the issue. Here's that kill on JL. Exertion got a wide angle on him before he was prepared.
איזה יופי של ראונד של בדוריאן.
Good utility usage from Mauz as they bait the low HP exertion on the entrance into the B bomb site. Fourth round as Mauz take a lead.
Those best of fives can become marathons.
Nice Seiki.
This is the Mauz pick of Inferno up first. Now, next is Dust 2, Navi's decision to go that.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on it. You want to talk about best of fives or Navi? Listen to this.
I'm watching Navi.
Now to talk things over. Money's a little sketchy for Navi. They have those three saved weapons, but they got to figure out how they want to work the remaining two players if they want to force up or have a weapon dropped over to them.
מעניין אותי מה הסטטיסטיקות של...
Yeah, best of fives haven't always been their best friend. they've had a very tough time of them. They played 6 teams in their finals across 2024.
נרץ, היה לו אחרי של איבנט.
All of them were top 6 teams. Eternal Fire is the only one out of it, but everyone after that is in the top 6 of teams in the world. Their grand finals, they aren't getting any kind of easy trophies, right? It's against the best teams in the world.
So there's a new challenge of being a team within the top 5, the top 6, as you mentioned, right? That's the new challenge for Na'Vi. You've got your 1 BO5 win, but now I've got to do it against one of the top sides in the world.
We just keep moving the goalposts on. After the major, it was like, all right, replicate it. I dare you.
You have to have a new goal, Jason, right? That's true. Something to keep working to.
Setting goals is an important thing. So Na'Vi decided to go with 2 MP9s on JL and Alexi. That allows them to pick up plenty of utility as those weapons are dropped over from teammates.
See what this AWP of Wonderful can do on the CT side. Torzio I have his on T side, Inferno.
4-man start at the B bomb site, so they want to throw a different look at Exertion if he was able to get aggressive as having more utility. Players rotating back now. Mauz is picking up the pace.
They're going through it. They're going long side. Wonderful's up, ready to go. Bit slowed him down as Shui rounded that corner. Another one. Out towards the balcony, and oh my god, that was close to you. Will finish him off, and the round's done. Mauz's acceleration ends up in a quick finish.
A quick finish and a convincing finish as well. 4 players survive for Na'Vi. We just touched on him having financial issues. I think 4 players survive would be absolutely beautiful. JL's all the way back by T-spawn right now, looking for a way to flank and shrink the map and find this last AWP in the hands of Torji, who's just going to try and save it for 54 seconds.
Yeah, it's a long save for the AWP.
I like the attempt from Mauz, though, throwing a different timing into it, trying to get up mid very, very quickly, trying to hit that wrap side as the rotation back from the B bomb site is hitting, and those defenders might not quite yet be prepared for the speed that they got up middle. But well handled from Na'Vi. Wonderful with his double kill.
I think it's especially impressive that we have Mauz here in the final, considering the form that they're coming into this event. Right? There was conversation about Pro League. Are they going to be able to get 3 Pro Leagues in a row? And they had this really lackluster performance at that event. They started going out in group stages instead of always being the team that were unbeatable in them. And we started to wonder, is this Mauz team starting to see a downward trend? And I think that conversation was still open here in Rio. They had the opening loss against Furia, but they started to pick up steam. We're starting to see some of the impact of those playoff changes. And I think it's most impressive now in the playoffs that they've been able to come back from behind. And that's super impressive in the quarterfinal against Na'Vi.
Wonderful,
they dominate Furia in the most hostile environment they would have played in. They silenced the crowd. They turned this game into a library yesterday. And now in the grand final against Na'Vi in the best of 5. This could be graduation day.
Yeah, they had to cop some of that. They were standing out on the stage earlier. You could hear the crowd booing, specifically Mauz.
Yeah, because you beat the hometown.
You spanked the hometown team quite the way Mauz did, and yeah, you're going to catch some boos. It's all tied up at 4.
Torji does keep the AWP, so we'll have that to play with. 4 AKs around it, and Vic getting into the apartments. Now, the bedroom is heating up, and he spots out Brawlin. Bit unable to get away because Yimpat was already up those stairs. So, bit down, first opening kill for Mauz.
Almost had that timing. Might have spent a little extra second trying to chuck a grenade out to do a little bit more damage, and he'll be frustrated with that because it gave Yimpat the opportunity to eliminate him. No one's inside the A bomb site. Alexi's just rotating over, and that's going to be his job. It's wonderful with the AWP. Are they going to peek before the smoke? Flash comes out.
Gets off the angle, gets back to safety.
Wonderful.
We're worried about getting opportunity. Looks out to long side. Exertion's gone. He got a flash sent over the top as well, but he gets caught from the balcony. Eventually, Impact comes out. Alexi, fellow Finn, inside of the bomb site, looking to be the nuisance for this Mauz attack. He's under pressure, but he's buying time.
Oh my god,
Alexi B. Second kill earned by Alexi B. No one's seen that coming. It's been a slow start to Inferno for JL, but has he got it in him? Goes through the smoke. Brawlin's ready for that play, and Mauz will push through.
Yimpat able to slide out the edge of it and take an angle. Wonderful's expecting the next fight to come down low lane as they cross past the default box. And that angle from Yimpat takes him out. That's the support of Alexi that's meant to take attention away. Mauz has showed a couple of times now on this side. They want to attack Rap side. That's 2 rounds in a row. The fast-paced one this year, sending 2 players towards Rap. Wonderful's been able to handle it admirably. Yet the round here...
Now Alexi, he's on alone on an island. There's nothing he can do about this. Brawlin just keeps rolling. And that's the round. Mauz are into B. Na'Vi don't have anything to work with. They have no money left, so they're going to save those 3 weapons over on the A bomb
יופי
site.
של קיל, מי
And
זה
if you're
עכשיו?
the
ברולין
impact, you
שמוריד
start to
את
smell that blood
ג'ייל.
in the water. Maybe you want to take some of these weapons away from Na'Vi.
Yeah, might be time to pick it up a little bit. He's waiting for his teammates to make the decision of whether to hunt. His entire job at this point is to make sure nobody from Na'Vi is able to push down and take over these apartments that he's in. Make the hunt a little bit easier if you want to go for it. It doesn't look like Mouse is too motivated. Their money isn't exactly flowing at this point.
That's true.
אה?
Insurgents come over and they're gonna hang around just in case an opportunity presents itself, but they're not going to force the issue. I think it's cool the game plan you're talking about. We're seeing Mouse maybe focus a little bit more on long side, wrap side. In the previous game of Inferno we get to see against Vitality, it was a little bit more focused around Banana. The game plan, Exertion takes the initial attention, the impact has rotations and pressures on the alert. It's been a little bit of a different plan today against Na'Vi.
Well, 2 difficulties that Na'Vi is going to have to face in these buy rounds and these gun rounds. One of them obviously is the struggles of JL to open Inferno.
Well, that's disappointing. Well, it's not.
It's better than nothing.
But it is a UMP.
It is a UMP.
You probably won't use that.
Obviously, the struggles of JL to
אני לא הבנתי איך רולים מאוז עובדים, ג'ימי גם אין כאן וגם ליאב.
Maybe his aim doesn't feel sharp, so he wants to play a different style, take different angles. But that kind of mismatch there with Exertion, who started out very, very well, taking over Banana. So Na'Vi, without a hard-hitting JL, is not going to be able to prevent that control from being given over to Mouse. Oh, good nade, good peek behind the MP9. Nice combo from Na'Vi.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was a great combo.
The other one is if this emphasis on Rap is going to be coming in, now Wonderful doesn't have it all, so it's going to be much easier for Mouse moving forward.
Wonderful under the porch. I mean, they've got a crossfire here. You can peek out if you're Ima. JL's there alongside of him, but it was only a USP that went down. Nothing worth talking about, but it's that kill that shall make this difference. Now, the AK of Bit is he can be the difference in this round, and he has to be for Na'Vi. This is the only weapon worth talking about, and this guy is a machine. Bit gets another one, dropping Torsi down to 17 HP, and this round's on. Na'Vi have a chance for 5 off the back of Bit's AK. 3 kills in this round, and Torsi goes to the apartments.
This could be a nightmare for Mouse. This would be 2 rounds. I don't know if I want to call this a low buy, but obviously a couple players with just pistols and no armor in this. They dropped one earlier to a low buy as well in round 3. So Bit and Alexi starting to put things together. And Bit with his low HP. Oh, they might have think.
Oh, wow. They might think he's going to be.
Well, if Alexi continues up in halls, he's going to find a free kill on Torji.
Oh, but the sound that you start to realize is Torsi would turn on this, but he doesn't look the right way. Alexi tracks him into the apartments. Torsi was waiting for his moment to strike, but it never came. Huge round from Bit. He had the AK-47, and Na'Vi had no real weapons around it. The initial hole was solid, but at the end, it was all Bit.
Really nice nade. How is Yimfat supposed to handle that fight? Couldn't see a damn thing. Yeah, but Bit puts together a very nice round overall, saving the day for Na'Vi, putting him up to 5. And on the verge of tying things up into halftime, this round 12 is going to have a full buy from both teams. Ops on Wonderful and Torji.
Shuai at the front of the Banana attack this time. Exertion supporting him with utility. There's no peek. Shuai is taking damage on board. Oh, he's blinded. Oh, he starts to spam, but he doesn't hold it down. Important trade from Exertion. JL to fall after 1. But that smoke comes down at the perfect time. The flash comes through, though. And Exertion is released into the open. The rotation is now arriving of that extra Na'Vi player, but Ima's about to get smoked out. So it does leave Alexi B at the mercy of the flash thrown in by Ima, and it works out perfectly because Exertion blinded, kill for Alexi, and it's stalled out here for Mouse.
Cool idea for a play to set Exertion up like that, but it took a lot of time to come to fruition. Exertion in no man's land, it's susceptible to flashbangs the whole time, and set up beautifully from CT spawn. Mao's going to continue this pressure on the B bomb site, but Alexi, he's standing pat in the corner.
He's moved out
second oranges.
Yeah, back to the second. He's got to kill Brolin. So those numbers, once favored Na'Vi, they're back in favor now of Mouse as that plan comes in. Wonderful and Bit will attempt this retake. They've got a little utility to play with. That grenade did not have the intended effect of blowing that smoke open.
Second one went back towards new boxes.
Torsi close. Shot chimed in. Bit's down and just Wonderful, and with that AWP in hand, he will try to win this 1v3. Last round of this half, but he can't do it. And 7-5. Another strong Inferno T-side for Mouse, this time in the grand final.
זה מתחבר לו, כן, לקח לו מחצית שלמה להידלק. מחצית שלמה, בוא נראה מה הסטטיסטיקות אומרות. לדעתי וונדרפול כרגע נמצא בטופ של הטבלה. Matches. לא רוצה לקבל בן על המיוזיק. טוב, בוא נראה. וונדרפול, כ-11-7, 80 מידיעה, שוי, 929, ברולן 915, זרשם 7-9, טורג'י. מטייל לו למטה, ג'ל, משחק חלש באופן מפתיע. הרבה זמן לא ראיתי את ג'ל ככה מדדה. בדוריאן מרגיש שהוא שחקן שיש לו הרבה יותר אימפקט ממה שלגמרי, תשמע, היה לו שם קיל של איראן. לא היה לנו הרבה כאלה. הקיל ג'ייל שם, כשנאבי עסוק ברוטיישן לכיוונית. וואלה, האצטדיון באמת נראה ריק. הברזילאים לא באים למשחקים לא של הברזילאים, אה? כן, עצוב. מי האמין שמאוז יגיעו לגמר, אה? מה גוקו, חשבת שדבר כזה עלול לקרות? חשבתי בחיים זה לא יכול לקרות. מה זה בחיים? כאילו... היה להם הרבה טימים חזקים להוריד בדרך. פיוריה שהיו נראים מאוד חזקים באיבנט, פייס והייטליטי. אני בכלל מתפלא שהירואיק לא ניצחו את נאבי. זה גם אכזבה קצת. אינפרנו דסט מיראז' מעניין שמאוס בחרו פרד מאפ מיראז' נגד נאבי. נאבי מטורפים על מיראז' לאחרונה. גם משחקים שהברזילאים עושים הכל כדי שהברזילאים ינצחו ירוק. הירואיק יכלו לנצח, זה קליט יתרון הגדול שלהם. כן, וואלה, מיהו יתרון עצום. מה זאת אומרת עושים הכל, מבחינת מעודדים שעושים רעשים וזה? מגלים להם מה קורה? בסדר. אני לא נגד זה. בסוף אתה רוצה שהקבוצה שלך תנצח, אז זה לא כזה נורא. איזה איבנט לא רווחי באופן יחסי. מעט מאוד כסף.
They're a lead for Maoz, 7-5 heading into the second half. They just barely held on.
מקווה שג'יל ימשיך ככה בגרנד פיינל הזה, וזה שלנו.
Teams warming up into this grand final, testing each other, feeling each other out, seeing what each other are going to bring to the table. And for the moment, it's Na'Vi looking to have to dig themselves out of a small hole as their own T-side campaign begins on Inferno.
You got to see a couple of times there. JL going to be frustrated about his own first half performance, but that can change. It's a best of 5. It's a long game.
Yeah, well,
Lots of moments for him to have his moment and strike.
You know he will. After what we've seen from JL throughout this year, he's going to have a map. He's going to have a moment. It's a matter of time.
Perhaps on this side of Inferno. Double setup around the back of the sandbags and Brolin to take the initial contact.
Flashbang coming from Alexi.
סטאפ חזק פה לכיוון קר, אבל לא באים לשחק
Flash is coming through. Will it be effective? Oh, Brolin able to tuck away from it, but Exertion gets cleared out first. Now Brolin drops back. Will they predict Shuei? No, they will not check him. And the in-game leader stepping up with one. That Flash has blinded his next opponent, but he couldn't muster a second.
לא רע, אבל פשוט נאבי
פתחו אותם הרגע. He has finally finished off, spammed out through the coffins, and we have Tozy and Yimpat left in him. Unwinnable situation.
Yeah, Brolin would have come back to actually fight and help Shuei if he had more HP and initial Gushi
ניקו גם את כל הכוחות של האוטונז לפני וואלה ניקו כמה הוא צריך להרים,
any lineup support.
Na'Vi with that pistol win though, are now just one round away from tying up this scoreline. Be intriguing to see if Mouse decide to go for a force buy into this next, or do they just go for the full eco around these, well, the Kevlar that they saved over.
I think they'll be buying in. We've seen them at times go for a save in the second round when they lose the pistol, but usually when they have a pretty damn good lead, usually when they have some rounds to play with, they just want to get to the gun round. Here though, I think they'll challenge as Na'Vi are going to creep it closer.
יש לנו פה פורס באים השני הארמורים האלה שהם שברו.
Strong start in the first half and wonderful.
כמו בכל משחק, יורד כמו בודקה.
Gone are the days where he consistently goes quiet in the playoff games. He's just been a star for the Na'Vi side.
Yeah, he's been a beast for them throughout these playoffs for some time now as well. He's really building into his own as an AWPer. And also, I mean, you can see the disparity of the lifestyle of the AWPer on Inferno.
Wow,
Torji on
nice
that
shots.
T side ends with, I think, 1, maybe 2 kills in the half. Wonderful's able to have a few on the CT side, and that's going to be Torji's task. We know he likes to get frisky, likes to take some deep peeks down mid, likes to be really mobile around the map. So this game is going to change. There is that second round buy from Mouse, and they manage it well. 1 for 1 in middle to open things up.
Long range fights to that MP9 for sure. But it's the distraction that allowed us to follow up with the opening. 4v4 established.
Our thing is the utility. Mouse is really relying on Browl to be solo at the B bomb site. And there's no one outside of B. So he just smokes it right now. So this A defense is going to feel confident for the next 15 seconds. But they're making an information play. Just when Navi's lining up.
טורג'ים, טריפל קיל ענק פשוט.
On his own at this A site.
איזה יופי של ראונד של טורג'י.
And there's the second round conversion.
טורג'י עם ראונד ענק.
Torji's lack of impact, lack of kills, opportunities in that first half.
And bangs him out.
He comes in with a 4K with a FAMAS. He's loving that one. He's laughing about that.
Yeah, beautiful sequence. Gets
איזה יופי. הסקנד של ואז הוא גם מוריד עוד אחד שם. את אלקסי בי.
So much away from Na'Vi.
Well, this combo impact
ראיתי את ההיילייט של זים ופיסו ראונד בניוק. וואלה, לא.
There was a moment yesterday where they broke Furia early on Nuke. That was kind of the moment for the rest of the game.
לא ראיתי את מאוס בתקופה האחרונה יותר מדי.
Disadvantageous retake attempting. That combo, the amount of firepower that they contain is just so scary. And that's something to keep an eye on today.
פורס ביי של נאבי, זה ראונד מאוד קל לנאבי להפסיד.
Really frustrating map for Na'Vi when you think about the context of what they've had to deal with. Ooh, okay, you've got him pinned down behind the pillar. There it is. Shua makes his run. Ima's going to give it up. But Na'Vi in the first half on defensive side, right? Like, yeah, they had to win like 2 kind of like low buys, you know, bringing in some pistols with safe rifles. But a lot of it is oh, Exertion took control of the bomb site. Oh, he's applied pressure. Oh, we can do nothing. Now Mao's have the bomb site. There were a lot of rounds where it probably felt for Na'Vi in the first half like they didn't even really get a play in.
Okay. Well, Limau's short. Yimpat's gone, and he can get to play around here. Second chance. Yeah, they're coming out balcony. They're applying pressure on the pit, and Shui has no teammates because they're all focused on other fronts. But Shui's done very well. And it's all sort of falling apart until this. The Tech 9, they combine together, and suddenly a round opens up for Na'Vi. They're in the site, bomb down. Exertion having to recover this one. It's going to be tough. Taking back this A bomb site.
2 נגד 2, זה שם ברול נגד אימא וביט.
At least they've got a kid on Brawl and they've got some utility. And there's a fight, won by Bit. Exertion no closer to winning this one. Bit is low.
איזה ראונד באסה להפסיד.
Player is up on the balcony, but Exertion's not getting the chances. Needs to get that kid back off his fallen teammate, and they peek him together.
עבודה נהדרת של נאבי.
Exertion can't make it happen, and Na'Vi turned this round back in their favor.
He turns this round back in their favor. He's the one who stops this from spiraling out of control after the Mao's second round. A beautiful opening deagle shot and puts together a complete performance across round 15.
עשו לבית"רית 9-10 בניוק, אשכרה.
Into the scrappy, grimy
לא נחמד
force
בכלל,
wars
וואו, איזה שוט
as
על
these two
ג'ימי.
teams trade rounds back and forth.
Torch has to go to a scout. 257s for Mass MP9. That's what Mouse have to play with coming into round 16. This is a chance for Na'Vi to not only tie this game up, but very likely head into the lead if they convert this round victory.
משתלב לא רע גנבדי הזה עם הפיול אינג'קטור הזה.
Towards B, hoping that his scout can make a difference over there. Na'Vi decide to attack.
חוץ של מאוס, מאוס לא יכולים בכיף להיכנס פה לאזור ה-10-6 אם לא עושים את הראונד הזה.
And a 2-for-1 on the aggressive play from Maoz, and this scout has no stopping power. So Na'Vi gonna go pick up the bomb. They know they've got control towards B-bomb site and banana.
They have no stopping power, but Torji will attempt it nonetheless until he's forced back behind the CT smoke. On the end of the B-bomb side, bomb makes it safely.
They should just concede this. Save these weapons for the next round because this is Na'Vi winning 2 in a row and taking control of the economy. So Maoz is going to save it. Might as well use these some way in the next round and see if you can get something creative to start the round out in your favor. And maybe steal it away.
נאבי עולים פה ל-9-8 בפוטנציאל גבוה. אלה עם מאוס מביאים ראונד מאוד חזק.
You look at these two teams, the way they've been performing. You're expecting this best of 5 to maybe go the distance, especially seeing close maps early on here. Two teams that I think it's quite hard to call. Na'Vi ripe for the taking is what Yanka was saying before this game started. They have been multiple times in finals to other squads.
They feel a lot of ways like very similar teams. Play strong, fundamental, team-based Counter-Strike. No crazy individual player that's going to pop off and just start doing his own thing and his amazing stuff and needs that crazy amount of space. Just different trajectories that they're on, right? Na'Vi's coming to the close of this massive grind of events that they've been on. We're exhausted. Maybe we're getting sick of each other. It's been a long time on the road at events, a lot of grand finals. Maoz, on the other hand, are coming off a disappointing stretch in their season, revamping the playbook and building up into something that's looking really cool.
They've got that hunger to get into these finals and challenge for the trophies.
ג'ימי נופל וגם שווי. טורשי מסיק פיק על אימא לכיוון בוטום מיד.
Torji chimes in down middle. It's him to fall to that scout, but not really getting out of hand just yet for Na'Vi. But if Torji can land another one, that would be the bomb. Decent work in terms of landing a shot, but they get past him. They get past the scope and the smoke used for bait just to confirm the safety.
They'll be happy to take these engagements at the B-bomb site. Alexi's going to lead the way in. They heard the USP shooting towards CT spawn, but that's just a bait. It's all to set up Beraul, and he can't get the first, which means this round is done. Na'Vi's going to take the lead.
9-8 לנאבי.
Expected result in this round, of course, given the fact that Maoz just had no superior.
זה שאני לא יודע מה מתחיל לחורר פה ראשים כמו איזה...
They're going to find themselves into the lead on Inferno on this T side.
It's their first lead since round 6. They had a 1-round advantage taken away from them. They're back in the driver's seat.
That's a lot of shots, not a lot of them connected.
It's nice though, they're giving him like a warm-up. It's like, you got the scout, let's just warm you up for when the op comes in. He'll be perfectly dialed up.
Yeah, he's had some flicks in there. He's learned what he needs to do. Na'Vi in the lead, and finally money back from Maoz. So the end of that scrappy forcing.
That guy has got a lot of Na'Vi taped tattoo to his face.
I want us to not let the foot off the gas, okay? I want him to keep them at that spot.
ראונד חשוב מאוד למאוס.
Utility, pressuring, pushing, re-aggressing, all the time talking and having plans. They're going to be so afraid.
Shuei just calmly getting the philosophy that he wants his team to play with. Disruptive with utility, aggressive. Not giving up anything for free, any space for free on this map. And Shuei himself with Torji will get challenged here.
Already Na'Vi pouncing through top mid, although they have not checked Shuei. And he's
good double
from the in-game leader. And now Torji from the arches.
שומר על היתרון ומגדיל אותו ל-4-2.
Does not go Navi's way. The acceleration through top mid is cancelled out again.
יופי, ימפת.
From the pit, no problem.
ג'ייל לא הולך לביטרון בפור הזה.
אני לא מתבייש לומר את זה. Both teams have had obviously no success here for Na'Vi. Maoz as well. He was shut down by Wonderful. Good kill from JL. Now we said he was going to have his moments.
Is this it?
זה לא המומנט שלך, ג'ייל.
And he goes back to short goal and makes sure that he's unable to get anything going. It's got to feel good for Maoz to return to a bye.
9-9, ראונד חשוב מאוד למאוס.
A convincing one. Still not able to get the op out into the map yet though, and Wonderful didn't have one in this round for Na'Vi, so nothing free for Maoz to pick up either. So Torji still will be without the AWP, which gives Na'Vi a window of opportunity to abuse the fact they don't have to worry about the weapon on the map.
Timeout שני של נאבי.
Second timeout taken from Blade.
נציע את הזמן הזה
We'll see
לקליד.
what kind of money situation. Na'Vi have
Oh, they got
plenty
plenty of
of
cash.
so the buy will just keep coming. Into the later stages of this opening map. Still pretty tepid. It feels like you're just
Fifa.
feeling each other out at the moment. Equal game.
It's been a close affair all the way through. No crazy runs from either one side. Just back and forth the whole way through. Timeout comes to a close. Round 19 set to begin. Here's Shuei's double. Never cleared by Alexi. He was going for pacing.
סלמתק.
And JL not enough space to work with in the post plant to build into any kind of a clutch.
עמד פלנט 1-4. זה לא רע. כן, הוא השיג פלנט וקיל. זה אחלה.
So what the
איך
timeout.
משהו הוא רוצה להשיג. ריאליסטי. להשיג 2 זה היה תוצאה מטורפת. כל אחד יותר מזה זה באמת
Grenade
מוגזם.
damage that was thrown out from Boiler. JL peeks around the half wall. If he peeks again, there's 2 more Mouse players ready to go this time, and
Ooh,
JL can't
JL.
stop it. Brawling with a great
JL
opening
is
fight. They're taking
חלש.
top and out of control here, and they're not leaving. They want to park the bus. They want to maintain this for a
משחק
moment.
חלש מאוד.
Now the pressure is
Beat
coming through
boy,
the
Jimmy.
apartments instead. Yimpat, usually so reliable. He goes
Ooh.
down a bit this time. Bit with a
Oh
second.
no.
And when things don't go well at B, you rely on Bit at A to open things up for Na'Vi again.
A timing that
ג'רי
Yimpat
משחק
doesn't expect
חלש, אבל ביט
whatsoever.
מביא כאלה הנטריז.
Good peek from Bit. That's his hit. He wanted it back. Caught in the open, nade in hand. The bomb still making its way in through the safety. But during this timing, there's a chance for
Chewy.
Mouse to get some kind of a foothold on this retake. But they're losing everyone.
בול מול ביט.
They're about to slip and
איי
free
איי
fall to
איי
the
איי.
ground.
מה
It's
זה
just exertion
הפייטים
left.
המוזרים האלה שקורים פה?
1v3. He's close enough to want to give this a go. But it's going to be so tough. You got a player in
באים
the
לו
box,
מאחורה והוא
and
מת.
that's Alexi B coming down the back of the boiler, catches exertion looking the wrong way, and immediately out of the timeout into a round victory. Na'Vi with 10, the first team to reach double figures, and that throws Mouse's money
Beat.
into question.
ראונד ענק של
What a
ביט.
great opening provided by Bit. And then obviously he descends into pit, and that open space fight, it's where he eats. It's his bread and butter.
Wow.
Good shot. As Yimpat just looking for a little bit of information.
Kama
Torji bit on board
second
the
kill.
issue. And Na'Vi put together a huge round. Mouse don't have the money to invest. They have cash. But they don't want to put it all into
שלושה
this
נשארו
round. They
בחיים.
want to wait for the next one, and that'll be the timing where Torji can bring out the AWP, and we'll see if fortunes change. And if you're Mouse, they have to change going into that round. Because Navi's not going
נראה
to
כמו
control the map
11-9
one
של
victory.
נאבי. מאוס יצטרכו פה איזה 4 ראונדים ברצף.
All the hype and excitement from Mouse.
אין להם גם הרבה
Two
הזדמנויות, יש
sides
להם
on Inferno
עקרונית.
and It's Navi's. That is the
One by
exclamation
round.
point in this map thus far.
בוואן פורסון, אחרי ה...
5-2
Eco
in
הזה.
this second half since we've switched over, and not looking like they're going to slow down.
Another one from JL. Obviously no expected resistance from Mouse in this round, but they have to win in regulation now, Jason. It's going to be 11-9 for Na'Vi. If Mouse want to win this, they've got to win all the remaining rounds. Otherwise, it's going to be either bust or OT they've got to hope for.
אלכסי
Alexi
בי.
B. He's got that kill on Shuei. Exertion goes down through the smoke.
ג'ימי
and
נשאר
they keep
אחרון.
it clean. There's no problems here for Na'Vi. It is on the 11th, collected easily.
אם הוא יצטרך להשיג פה איכשהו איקי זה לא רע. בוא נראה. אפילו בסיטי מאוס משחקים מוזר לרוב
Well, we
ה-IGL
haven't quite seen the
משחק בי,
stopping
לא?
power of Mouse.
No.
That's what they're hoping Torji can provide in the next round. It's all about this.
אין איזושהי הגדרה לדעתי לפוזיציות
You haven't used it
של ה-IGL
yet
פה.
in this half. Do you want to open up with an
זה-
aggressive?
הרבה פעמים אתה תראה נגיד את
Just
ג'יט
kinda play
עושים
a
סנאקס
standard
בבי,
hold the
אבל
angle, wait for an
דווקא
execute.
פה זה לא
There's options
בהכרח
for Torji, but he's going to have to make a
משהו
decision.
מוגדר.
I mean, it reminds me of
עוד
this game
שקרגן גם
versus
נגיד
Vitality,
ישחק
where they had such a strong T
אייפקס.
side, but their CT side fell apart. They had a
There was that
10-2 scoreline,
comeback.
and there was a comeback coming through.
פשוט אני לא חושב שיש איזשהו עניין אקוטי שה-IGL ישחק בי. גם אלכסי בי משחק כיוון A הרבה פעמים, אם תשים לב.
rounds for the side. We did not see a good CT side on Inferno from Mouse. They're getting found out at the moment by Na'Vi, and we get deeper and deeper into the second half. This might just be the end of it.
That's the question. Was that
כאילו
game against Vitality?
ברמות גבוהות אתה רוצה שכל שחקן שלך יוכל לעשות הכל. ברור שיהיה לו איזשהו רול שהוא יותר ממוקצע בו ויודע מה הוא עושה בו, אבל תמיד אתה רוצה את היכולת הזאת לשים כל שחקן בכל רול. אם תשים כל פעם את ספינקס בתור פלנקר, אז שידעו שספינקס בחיים ידעו שהוא עושה פלנקים. מבין? אתה רוצה לשנות מדי פעם מי שמשחק בתור כל רול.
Alexi, all the way up. And a boost. I like this.
אלקסי בי. איך ג'ל מוריד 2, אני לא מבין.
Sees that third player. He's got the info they need. They know that exertion is committed and damage being done. Fire at his feet. You retreat behind it, but this is already such a devastating start for Navi. They know because of the amount of players spotted in B, there has to be some space to play with, and they now see both players in the balcony. Emma could take both of these lives.
אוקיי, יש לנו 2 נגד 2, בוא נבוא את ג'ימי. יודעים שזה שמשחק לכיוון B.
The only player left was last spotted towards the B bomb site.
I think that second timeout from Blade was to tell Ema and Bit, like, guys, get active on the other side of the map. We can rely on JL to take some attention away, because we've seen these last 2 rounds, their plays from Bit, the peek and halls to take out Gimpad and then expose the A-bomb site. And now this one, where him and Ema are finding space to creep up that lane while all the B action is going down. They know that these defenders won't have any reinforcements, and if anything, one of them is shifted away.
לא מבין שג'ל מוריד, וואו. מוריד שם את ברוכים, איזה שוט.
Even further, and as soon as that peak comes in the apartments, you know most of the A players are on the balcony.
Yeah, and poor Torji, that's his round with the ult.
Yeah, that was it.
2 players die in Banana in the first 20 seconds, and then obviously, by the time you get a second peek on somebody, he's already got bladed in your face, and you got no idea. So the ult
סיכויים גבוהים שהמפה הראשונה הולכת לנאבי.
CT side Inferno, and Navi's got 3 chances to close it out. And with that knowledge, Cyclone and Mouse take their 3rd and final timeout to try and organize a plan to make a comeback happen. As you said,
מפה שהייתה לגמרי בידיים שלנו, אבל נאבי פשוט תמיד יודעים לחזור מהמפות.
Capable of winning rounds put together, right? There's just been 2 sporadic round wins in the second half. They need a streak to get it into OT, and that just looks so incredibly unlikely at this point. Especially with the buy that they're going to bring to the table here. It's not the worst, but it's not pretty. You got 2 MP9s of mass, 2 premium rifles.
One of the nice things for Navi in this game so far has been, we touched on the very quiet first half from JL, not able to find a whole lot of impact on his own CT side of Banana, dealing with exertion. Well, he's come alive on this T side. He's done some beautiful things. 2 or 3 rounds, he's given him 1 to 2 openings, and that's worth its weight in gold.
Dexter, Tezes.
Going into your map pick. With the map victory under your belt to kick off a best of 5. It'll be a lovely position for Navi to find themselves in. Bit
1 for 1. יש המון דמג' על השחקנים של נאבי.
Holding on to Banana for the time being. But Alexi B is relentless. He'll go forward, and exertion stops him as well. So slow start to this round for Navi. They've got a damaged Bit and a 3v4 to have to try and recover from.
And if you're Mouse, you're just like, thank God. You just watched Alexi and exertion, or excuse me, Browl and exertion put up a stellar defense.
Dexter הוא האופר, נכון?
Outside Banana.
או תזס. לדעתי או שוש או תזס. יופי של ראונד של מאוס, ראונד חשוב.
It's got a flashbang, but I don't think they want to wait.
Oh my god. איזה עבודה של נאבי. 2 נגד 2.
Bit's very, very low on HP. But he can play with the safety of Banana.
What a beautiful way to clear that obstacle that lay in front of them. And now Navi.
No flash, no nothing. Dry picking
this shit. Finish off Inferno. Mouse's map pick. That molly didn't go as deep as Wonderful would have liked. So he takes steps into the darkness instead and Bit low. Moving out with Banana. He's playing a little bit more proactive around this CT smoke. And Torsi, he's now moving closer. Utility, the final piece is being put in place. Torsi's got the first and the impact straight through that smoke. Bit will drop and Mouse stay alive. And not done yet. A couple more rounds needed, but that's the first step.
A desperate clutch. Navi should be okay with that though. Bummer you didn't win it out here. A nice setup countered by a flashbang. If they can hit that shot a little bit quicker, it's obviously a win. Struggled with it turning back from away the flashbang. But now you're like, it's okay. No reason for stress just yet. They won a round, but we killed 4 players. Their money is not good. Still no wall you have to worry about in the start of these rounds.
And another chance to close. To the side of Navi. Alexi's throwing out the Molotov to top Banana.
האמת לא ראיתי משחקים שלו, ראיתי תקופה. רק באיבנט הזה. הם היו מאוד יפים לאחרונה.
Sending a player forward, it's JL.
ראונד חשוב שמאוס הביאו. יש לנו פה שני ראונדים ברצף שהם צריכים לקחת.
The problem he's been on this side of the map. Maybe he's got one more round in him.
ג'י משחק מפיץ.
There's a passive defense from Mauz as well. They've just retaken top banana for information, but looking over at the A bomb site, everyone's deep back into the bomb site, saving utility, saving Molotov.
ביט לא מפחד
They know
לקחת...
Ema have been frisky. I'm looking for some fights, usually based off the action that's happening in banana. But now just not wanting to be in an advanced position that can get exposed and dealt with, and hoping that Navi's going to peek into them.
Well, Navi got the info that they've now taken top banana back, and so that bomb no longer is staying fixated upon that B bomb side. It's coming back through middle. And an A finish being primed here for Navi with 45 seconds left in this round.
Xertion just put down the smoke. At any point does he want to take
ביט מחכה בתוך הסמוק, הוא רוצה להדביק לתוך הפנים של ג'ימי בשנייה שהסמוק הזה נופל.
Here's the utility.
The setup is strong here for Mauz. You've got Yimpat in the pit.
Nice
Shooting from the
utility
side
damage
towards the outlaw. Is this going to be enough to fend off this Navi attack as they attempt to close out Inferno? Yimpat barrage utility.
ג'ימי אוכל את כל היוטיליטי בכדור הארץ.
As he goes into the open, but it's towards the
ביט ואלקסי בי נופלים 18 שניות לשער, 4-3.
And they look to play off one another to get this map going, to keep going for Mauz.
אימא מגיע מאחורה, משיג 2 קילים.
And they can't stop Ima. Brawling from library.
ברולן וזה שבטול versus one. לא מאמין שג'ייל כמעט לוקח את הדבר הזה, איך זה קרה הרגע?
It's still going for Mauz.
איזה מוגזם.
So close though. Look, I mean, just shaking wagging his finger, no way. But that was a very nice attempt at it. Jail where to position himself, ignoring Xertion coming up lane, sliding behind the box to isolate the fight. And if Xertion doesn't go up and over, that might be a kill and a clutch for JL. But Mauz.
שחקן הג'יל, זה יכול להיות.
They needed 3, they've got 2 of them. It all comes down to round 24.
כאילו שחקנים טובים לא טופ טיר, לא כמו...
Now these layers of attack, that late flank from Ema up rap side is wonderfully timed.
I mean, Xertion denies the closing of Inferno in this moment.
But again, 4 kills one more time for Navi. So look at the money of Mauz and what they can buy. Utility is good. They've got M4s. They have the salvaged AK-47.
3 ראונדים ברצף שמשחקים סאב-אופטימל גאנס.
That's going to change the spots he can play to defend halls. Torji's playing with the
לקחת את זה לאוברטיים זה אחד הדברים היותר טובים שיכולים לעשות פה. מפה חשובה מאוד. התחלנו אותה עם המון אופי.
12-11, final round of regulation. It's Navi with map 1 of these grand finals where Mauz has taken us to overtime.
Xertion ace clutch incoming. יאללה.
What a beautiful start to the BO5 that would be.
נייד על JL, התחלה לא רעה, Xertion גם אוכל פה נייד.
Roland, always going aggressive.
ברולן כמעט מוריד ב-JL.
Again, the life of a banana player, when you're in his role, you got to take damage at the start of these rounds. At least he's still standing.
Well, let's see if he wants to maintain aggression. He's just like, you know what, screw it, I'm still going to do the same stuff, or if he feels like he has to play a new position. Now Navi moving in to start taking brackets control up middle. Bit in Boiler, Ema Halls, Wonderful and Alexi this mid-ramp behind the Molotov.
ברולן עושה חצי רוטיישן לכיוון נייד. יופי של קול.
Mauz have a good feel of what's coming next. And they know still that top banana has not been taken by Navi.
Oh, the impact. He's going aggressive. Torji's forcing
אלכסי במוריד טורז'י, וונדרפול מוריד ברולן, איזה סטאפ. לא מאמין, גם הג'אמפספוט הזה של אימא. הם יודעים על כולם. זה שצריך להביא בורן ואז ספור. ונראה שמפה ראשונה הולכת לנאבי.
They will have to bounce back going into Navi's map pick. A 13-11 victory from the
מפה ראשונה לנאבי.
A solid T-side. Solutions found at crucial points, and finally it is closed. Navi with the first blow in this best of final of Rio de Janeiro.
אתה אומר, הוא משחק עם הקלאץ' חכם. היה לנו פה ריד, אבל הסטאפ של נאבי היה הרבה יותר חכם. לא סגרו משחק שם בקורנר, לדעתי טורג'י. לא היה לו סמוק ולא היה פלאש. פשוט הם צריכו לעשות דאבל פיק. שנאבי היו מוכנים אליו לגמרי. מפה נהדרת של נאבי. לא נחמד להפסיד ככה, אבל בסדר. כן, הגים החשובים מהמפה החמישית באוברטיים. גוקו, אנחנו לא נעמוד באוברטיים שלישי מפה חמישית היום. זה ייגמר ב-6 בבוקר הדבר הזה, אם ככה.
Behind counter. One low speed. I'm moving. I'm in the smoke.
שקרה, איזה... הרבה ראונדים שנאבי פשוט גנבו פה.
Stick to the plan, guys. Stick to the plan. Beat is long.
Just come with me. Oh, Bam. React. Here we go. Come. Let's go. It's close. Can talk if you want.
זה אני ככה רוצה לצלול לעניין דיין. וואי, נגד מי? כאילו, איזה משחק יש שם של דני?
We have a really good plan coming up, Adam.
Nice. Good fucking job. Nice, Adam. One more. Well fucking played. One more.
Thanks, bro. Adam, fucking nice round there. Much better feeling to go in a half on a 7-5 than a 6-6, right?
Just hide.
Adam.
Nice, boys.
נאבי.
Important kills. 1 point. Sick, блядь. Sick, нахуй. What a shot with Ziggle, bro. I need...
וואלה, אימא הביא שם שוט.
Nice!
לא יפה מצידו. כמה זמן הולכים לחנוק אותנו פה פעם? נראה לי זה הזמן לקפה. קידיה גיימינג. היום. 10 דקות חניקה, בוא נראה.
Well, we got dragons in the pits, but we do have demons in the server as well, and I mean that because Na'Vi simply do not want to take an L here. They fight it all the way back and win it here on Inferno. First map of the series, 13-11, done, dusted, and that moves us one map ahead in this best-of-5 grand final. Pimp down on the end, YNK in the middle, and for us, some things to examine here.
Great start from Na'Vi, to be completely honest. Winning Inferno, that was supposed to be the punish pick for Mouse coming into this series. We highlighted it coming into the tournament. I think Na'Vi would have lost 5 out of the last 6 times they played Inferno. However, they turned it around. They won it twice in a row now and fight off, Mouse, who did a good job keeping the game competitive, but I think it was a little bit too scrappy, a little bit too messy. We didn't see Torsi on the AWP whatsoever on the CT side because they constantly were fighting with the economy.
He did more work on the FAMAS, right?
Yeah,
but I think, just first map of a best-of-5 final, a little bit messy, especially from the side of Mouse. They had an opportunity to grab hold of both the first and the second half, but a little bit of a drop-off, in some of those key rounds really put Na'Vi in the driver's seat.
That it did, and some of those key rounds might even just start early on in this game, if I'm not mistaken here. Yanko, we start talking about round 3. What does that bring to the head?
And this is what Na'Vi is so good at. Like, they will lose the pistol, forcing the second round, have a plan, and then even if it doesn't work out, like if they lose the second round, usually they have a couple of guys saving from that second round coming into the third and just maximizing their opportunities to win a round, and that's what we saw here in round 3.
Yeah, especially considering the buy, right, is not the strongest, to say the least, from Na'Vi, but there's still a couple of players within it. Bit finds a good timing on towards Broland. Then you have Mouse perhaps forcing the issue a little bit. They're dicing it and walking through the smoke. LXB gets a freebie with the Deagle, or he's supposed to. Doesn't get it, but he does the damage, gets the information, and at this point, it's just not looking good for Mouse, because if you were to stop the round at that point, they should win it, right? It's a 4v2 for a brief moment. There's no way they lose this.
But one of the things is what Na'Vi does across all maps, right, on the CT side. They go for these fast retakes. Like, they understand they're not going to let you set up. They understand our best way of executing a retake is to do it fast, right?
Yep.
So they win that round. We go into the second half, right? Again, Mouse has the advantage, right? Jimmy dies in apps. He had a couple of very costly deaths for Mouse, and you can see now the scrappiness again from Na'Vi with a couple of save guns. They just keep going for those fights again and again.
Yeah, they keep going for them, and unfortunately not to their favor. Bit with a magic moment right here, getting a double kill. The fact that he gets the second kill right here, right now, is obviously winning them the round, staying alive, coming in for backup as well. And then Torsi's left by himself. The one round in the game, he actually did have an AWP, was the one round his teammates never gave him a chance to use it. So if I'm Torsey right now, especially coming after that massive performance we saw yesterday, he never really got a shot outside of the FMS round to get into the game with the AWP and find any sort of impact.
Meanwhile, getting into the game, no stranger to it, we bit on the side of Na'Vi. This guy has that impact. He just seems to find it whenever he needs to.
I mean, a couple of the rounds where he did double entries, you know, both on the CT side and the T side was just magical from Bit. You know, see this round you're just speaking about, Yanko, it's a very big round for Bit. It keeps Na'Vi in the game. It keeps them alive. There was a round on the T side as well where he's doubly entering, coming out of apartments as well. So on the scoreboard, didn't necessarily look like Bit had a fantastic game, but the raw and sheer amount of impact kills he had throughout that one definitely helped Na'Vi to win.
He was finding a lot of information as well at crucial times, and that aggression really is key because both of these teams very active, very dynamic, right? So you constantly have to be trying to find the edge, find that information so you can make the right rotations.
Which is what's important when those crucial, those little milliseconds and microseconds. I don't even think that's a real measurement of time. But it makes sense in this late, right? Especially when things get a little chaotic. Of course, that would lead us into some round 19, gentlemen, like later on in the game.
Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff going on, and Jimmy, for all the great work he's been doing so far for Mouse in the playoffs, he had a couple of mistakes, you know, in this particular game. Even if you go back to another anti-eco that they lose, I mean, that Ima just wrecked them on short. But, you know, let's go into this round 19, towards the end of the game, right? First of all, if we go all the way back here to show you guys the setup. So Mouse is only opening with 2 players towards the B bomb site. You can see Jimmy, he's number 2. He's the only one towards that short pit area. So the fight for Banana starts. JL couldn't really get going in this game as much, or definitely as much as he would like. So they find the kill here, 130 left, 5v4 situation, right? This is where Jimmy, who still has out of utility, he still has a smoke, he still has an incendiary. Look at the setup on the A bomb site. He's isolated there. You can see that Na'Vi is putting some pressure, but now you use some of that utility, right? Like just to buy time for the round to reset, to see what Na'Vi wants to do in this 4v5 situation, right? We're gonna move over to the A bomb site, and this is where just Bit with that dry peak. It's him and Ima here. They've been doing a great job in the second half of being aggressive, finding that space towards the A bomb site. Jimmy dies. Torshi feels like he has to try and maybe find the kill, refrag, because they're isolated, they've lost the bomb site, and he dies as well. Now again, look at the money, right? Like, that's not great money for the side of Mouse. 3 players alive, you have to concede here. You're thinking, yeah, this is now they have to save it. They'll play a different round. But no, for some reason, I think it's because they knew some players were still in Banana. Mouse feels like they can maybe cut off the rotation coming back to A from B, maybe kill the bomb planter or something, but look how they're going to die. I mean, this is pretty poor this late into the game, the decision making. You just have to take the L in this round and give yourself a fighting chance in the following one.
Yeah, I like that you brought it up, because JimFed did look, you know, like he was being caught out of position a couple of times in this game. And as you said, yesterday he was having a tear, he was looking solid, and I think his mistake right there, and I think the setup itself for Mouse to play double long, it wasn't the only round they did it. You know, they wanted to play double long. The very last round as well, where Wonderful and Ima is combining for a double entry, another double long setup for Mouse. At no point on the CT side did it actually work for them.
Yeah, and a rough way to go about it. But, you know, when it comes down to those moments, like we talk about those little micro moments. Micro moments. I'm talking a little about what happens there and why some of these players are going to stand out more than others. Let's take a quick idea listening.
I want to start with Jimmy. What is Mouse Counter-Strike?
Aggressive.
Story?
Gameplay. Dynamic.
Luda?
Confidence.
Guys, I will add one to the boost, and it's no fucking regrets, okay? It's the same story as yesterday. The fans are not on our side. They will never be in this case, okay? It's only us 6 on the server, and we're gonna fucking do it together no matter what. Let's fucking do it, guys.
Let's have each other's back.
And there will be no regrets in making him our United States Air Force Aim High player of the map.
That's how you do it, Taz.
Yes.
That's how it's done.
Confident.
Yeah, that's
okay.
That's a little way of Shui, you know, getting the energy up, getting everyone to be on the same page. Unfortunately, it didn't translate into some of that discipline on the server in some key moments, but it's a best of 5. They have plenty of time to bounce back.
I like the fact that he's taking ownership of the fact that the crowd is not going to be with him. You know, some teams would just probably try to ignore it and be like, let's not worry about it. But he's addressing it from the get-go. You know, he's telling his teammates, it's never going to be our crowd. They're never going to root for us. So we may as well villainize it a little bit. We may as well use it to our advantage. Be like, listen, it's the 5 of us, maybe the 6 of us with Cyclone behind them against the world. And it's, you know, a page out of the old classic Cadian playbook. Whenever they're playing pretty much elsewhere than in Brazil, Heroic were hated pretty much wherever they went, you know, and Cadian will always bring people together and be like, it's us against the world. I like the fact that he's taking ownership of that and at least trying to rattle up the troops.
Well, gentlemen, we would jump into Dust 2. We don't have a whole lot of time for that, but you can just kind of give me an indicator here just straight away.
I think Mouse can bounce back. This was the jitters of the first map of the final.
I think Na'Vi is in a prime position to go 2-0.
Okay.
You wish.
Yeah, you want that. You want that. We need to go to a break so that we can get back into that game that we're talking about. That best of 5 grand final all the way from Rio de Janeiro. It's the Intel Extreme Masters, and we will be right back.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yep, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-Tours in chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a You Watch, You Win situation in here. Watch I Am Rio while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
I wanted to ask about your roles anyway, because you're going up against certain tells of setups. Like, if they double molly mid on Ancient, they're most likely going to do this, right? But like that type of an anti, because you're saying...
but I feel like you don't have too much of those tells anymore.
Okay, so because everyone's changing so often.
I feel like there is not. You won't be surprised, my friend. Yeah, you won't be surprised. I feel like a lot of the times you would like throw. You would see the enemy team and they throw 2 Molotovs, but
there are specific plays that require specific utility.
Yes.
And as much as you can mask it or you try to mask it, sometimes you just want to do this play. Like, you know, people running out cave fast to clear like street or whatever. Like on Ancient.
I don't play.
Right?
Yeah,
like
but I
the
get
flash is never come, the flash is never come.
But I think
G2 is throwing a Molotov bucket every time they do it, for example, and you're like you see the Molotov coming in, you instantly understand what's going. I don't know how much they're doing it now.
And it's not like it's gonna happen. Like, that's the most dangerous thing. You need to respect it.
Yes, exactly. So it's like, they control more. If it didn't happen, it doesn't really matter. You just play.
Ready for
it. Exactly.
But I feel like in the top like 5 teams, let's say on Anubis, you guys at the start of Anubis, we packed against you like to do the stair smoke and you push, but you do the stair smoke every round. So when do you push? You know, this kind of stuff. So you do have some tells, but in some games we're looking at it and we're like, okay, well, if this utility happens, they can be aggressive. So every time we see the smoke, guys, watch out. And at some point, it's just like, guys, be ready for this kind of stuff against them. And it's just like a matter of, like, obviously the map, obviously like some things are like huge tells, but I feel like we don't really have those tells when you come to playoffs, to stage games, you don't really have those like huge tells that win you around single.
Super tells probably not, but like at least those little tells that you play a little bit more cautious about.
I think a lot of those, like, if they do that kind of thing, they're 3 on B. If they do, and sometimes you can play around it, and sometimes the enemy, well, they don't.
But it's also like what you said, but maybe it's not the round. Maybe it's like the idea that they want to do.
Yeah.
So, for example, maybe you know that whenever they do, you said double molly on Ancient. Maybe on double molly on Ancient, they want to make that they play aggressive middle, but they are not. And they are 3B, and they're pushing B or A main, or it doesn't matter. It could be anything. And if you don't know the idea, you know at least that maybe they are 3 towards B, they will push sooner or later, or you're going to be ready for that.
Sounds like you have to be ready for everything, though.
Welcome to the club.
Hey Future Pros, taking B side on Dust 2 can be brutal. With this B door smoke however, it might feel a bit easier. To throw the smoke, get in line with this dot at the back of the stone pillar. Aim at the left tip of this ray of light. Then while holding mouse 1 and mouse 2, use your forward step jump throw bind to throw the smoke. This will land in the doors and completely block off vision from anyone playing outside of the B bomb site.
Na'Vi take Inferno. Now this grand final goes to map 2. It's Dust 2 coming up next, and we've seen Maoz have mixed results on this map in this tournament. Some awful results against Fury in the opening game. They sort of shook that one off, and then the win versus FaZe, that was mega impressive. They had a really solid performance, and a big part of that was Torzy's AWP. That's someone you mentioned in Inferno didn't really get the AWP into his hands all that often.
It never got started. I mean, on the CT side, he only had it once, and it got taken away from him. So just a map where Na'Vi got to play without the fear of having to go up against the ult, which is such a nice luxury to have. And yeah, you're probably not going to get that on Dust 2, and Torzy's going to have a chance to shine. Now, the last time these two teams played this map against each other was all the way back in July at the Esports World Cup. It was a 13-1 victory for Maoz. They decimated Na'Vi. On the CT side, Maoz was able to handle everything Na'Vi threw at him, taking care of the catwalk and long splits, taking care of the B attacks. Na'Vi could get nothing done. So it's going to have to be a completely different game today for Na'Vi, which you expect it would be. This is a strong map for them. And we'll see what Maoz come out with.
We'll see what Na'Vi can do here on Dust 2 to see if they can go 2-0 up in this grand final. Best of fives have plagued them. They've been difficult for them, but this is a real shot at going 2-0 up and forcing Maoz to have to go into the reverse sweep. Dust 2 is up. Second map of this best of 5 grand final here live on the Intel Extreme Masters Rio. I'm excited to see what Maoz can do on this CT side. Can they get that off into Torzy's hands early on in this game? Because he can make the difference. He can be a player that shines bright for this Maoz defense.
And importantly, if you want to win the trophy, get your off going in this series. Get him started. He's had some good rounds with the rifles on Inferno, but never able to get the feel and the flow with an AWP. Going to be a huge priority for the Maoz side. And pistol round is live. Utility for Alexi, flash, smoke, Molotov, smoke on Wonderful as well. Pair of flashes for Shuhei. Smoke kit on Torzy is the utility both teams bring into it. It's an aggressive setup in middle and lower B. 4 players for Maoz primed to handle
משחקים מאוד אגרסיבי לכיוון מיד.
Nice shot from Torzy. Just the second bullet landed too.
It's a pistol off.
Yeah, it really is. At that kind of range.
אימא מוריד פה את ברולן בג'ל מוריד זר שם.
Yeah, but look at the damage done. Look at how weak the Na'Vi players are. This might feel uncomfortable if you're Maoz in a 3v4, but there's some very softened up players. You can even this up very quickly. You can take a man advantage very quickly. So Na'Vi going to slow things down. Wait and see if there's going to be any kind of an information play for many of the extremities of the map. Torzy is alone.
שני שחקנים של מאוס לכיוון B.
Doubled up at the B bomb site. And Na'Vi heading long.
Timing for Torji to look away. That's just allowed Na'Vi some space to work with out of the longhouse. Torji's going to come back, but there's going to be 3 targets on the other side. And now he has to try and retreat, but there's nowhere to go. He has to stand and fight, and he has no might to make that happen. He's taking out the rotations coming in from the B bomb side, but Na'Vi 2 players up. They've got that mid player. They've got JL ready to cut off rotations.
They need to find him in low HP. If he doesn't get an instant headshot, this is a 1-bullet kill. Flashbang coming in, JL.
Blinded, held back behind the Xbox. What? As he pulled that off, JL. He was dead to rights, but still while blinded, nails the headshot, and JL on the Xbox is about to get knocked out.
JL מוריד את שניהם, פשוט לא יאמן.
JL is unkillable.
That's got to feel good for JL after the opening half of Inferno that he had. Very quiet, getting started in the pistol round here, and the smart play to jump up on the boards to give yourself a headshot angle over the Xbox. That is nasty. Just got the back and sinks the shot.
הוא פוגע את השוט הזה, באמת.
1-0 for Na'Vi.
לגמרי ענקי. הזוי.
Losing the pistol, right? You get Torzi on the scout. We know how good he can be. Can soften up opponents with that. The long take.
איך שוי לא מוריד פה את ביט? מה עובר עליו?
Does get the result he wants on Shui.
Well, Shui might be wondering why none of his teammates kind of swung with him during that engagement. It was a long, drawn-out spray of the MP9. They've got a bit of a trap with Browl at blue bin, but Na'Vi handles it with ease.
2-0 Na'Vi.
Second round in a row here for Na'Vi. And we talk about best of 5s, how difficult, how impossible it was for many years until Donk broke that record at his first professional event. But pulling off a reverse sweep in a best of 5 final doesn't seem like anybody can do it. So if your Mao's going down 0-2 against the #1 team in the world, your chances of winning this trophy and graduating on the stage here in Rio de Janeiro, they shrink. They shrink drastically.
It's a very difficult task, and they have a couple other things that shrink as well. If you want to talk about the Intel Grand Slam, Mao's, they've got 2 notches of it. They've only got 2 chances remaining. So if they want to win it in Season 5 of the Intel Grand Slam, it's got to be a victory here in Rio. They've got to lift the trophy in Katowice, but that doesn't matter if they don't win here. Na'Vi, plenty of chances. Their first notch came in ESL Pro League Season 20 that just finished a couple weeks back.
Taking that crown of Pro League away from Mouse, who held it for 2 seasons.
Jimmy Levador.
Involved in one of those. He's going to save on to his Kevlar and Deagle.
That was a nice transition.
And the award for best cinematography goes to...
Yeah, it freaked my eyes out a little bit to start, but then I got into it.
Yeah. I started wondering, Jason, am I about to pass out?
Right, exactly. The colors are changing. Cute.
Oh, well,
Kiss for the camera.
With no money. That's pretty sad for Mouse. 3-0 start here for Na'Vi, very likely teed up.
Yeah, critically though, Torji saved 950.
האם ג'ימי יכול לחסל פה 5 טרוריסטים עם הדיגל?
Money to be able to get that out with utility.
אני מניח שנאבי מבינים שיש פה weak behold.
Than their previous time facing up against Mouse on Dust 2.
עם המועד ברולן.
It's a step in the right
לכיוון שוט.
Hang on to anything positive.
There's lots of positives now.
It's gonna be a tough CT side though for Mouse. I know we've kind of talked about that last matchup. It was 11-1 half for Mouse in their CT side.
מאוס לא מבין את הפליי של נאבי, נראה שנאבי מקבלים פה פרי שוט קונטרול.
That scoreline might be a little bit deceptive because there were some close rounds, some good mid rounds that Na'Vi.
אלא אם מאוס רוצים להילחם
But they've got a very good T side. They love splitting this A bomb site, and they'll do it with different times.
חייבים לכיוון מיד. ג'ל משיג פה פרסט פיק.
They're going to challenge you at the B bomb site. They're not afraid with JL leading the way to bully that B bomb site.
Yeah, that's confidence building for JL. A player that probably needs it after that first map. Just get him into this. A really slow opening half of Inferno. Definitely had his moments in the second half in particular. Really essential stuff. JL being up 6-1 to kick off Dust 2 is a recipe for success for Na'Vi.
One play I see Na'Vi do on this map that I think is always fun to watch is very quickly getting down mid and setting up wonderful with an AWP outside the double doors to peer into CT spawn, peer up the A ramp, and just see if you catch a defender snoozing, right? Shifting back from the A ramp to get a position to watch a mid to B split, you wander into an off crosshair. Take a little jiggle peek for information up at the bomb site railing, and you get picked off by an AWP. It can be frustrating, and it's a very fun way to
ג'ימי שומר את הארמור ואת הדיגל.
Guns are out, Torji's op is out.
ראונד רביעי בדסטו. ג'ייל עם הבחירה נהדרת למפה הזאת, 6-1.
I mean, we don't get the off versus off battle anymore, but obviously, if you go back to Inferno, Wonderful had a lot more impact.
מה שנקרא
just in terms of impact he was able to have on the map.
Wonderful לפרוק $6,500.
Mouse start with 4 players directed towards Longen. Bit is going to be the nuisance they have to deal with time and time again. Well, he finds himself.
ביט אוכל נייד רציני לתוך הפנים. יורד ל-55 HP, התחלה טובה של מאוס לראונד.
Mid-control, Imma going through the mid doors. This is something you talked about just round prior. They like to get down early mid and cause some problems. Some damage done to Brolin, but no kill yet.
This is cool. It's just the nice damage.
אימא אוכל פה טאג לא קל בכלל, יורד ל-29 HP. ספאם נהדר של שוי. שורטק של נאבי לפנינו.
And he'll just slow play it. Hope the catwalk guys have enough success that can take attention away from Long.
יכולים עדיין להמשיך לכיוון בי ספליט. המומנט של ג'ייל מסמן שהם מכוונים לכיוון בי. להתראות, טוב. עד שיגמר לנאבי הכסף יהיה להם לוס בונוס, כן? יש להם המון כסף כרגע.
Torsi's got eyes on the possible drop from Alexi, but it's all about Imma, and no
שוי
success
מת
in terms of
לפגל
taking
אימא.
Shuey down first. Shuey hides
דורזי.
the boxes into the open, he'll go.
איזה סטאפ של מאוס. ג'ייל איך שהוא מוריד את ברולן, אקס-ליבי מוריד את טורשי. ג'ייל כמעט מוריד ג'י מפה. וראונד ראשון של מאוס על המפה. נייס סטאפ. סקיל מידה סקין. חשוב, ראונד חשוב מאוד לגמרי.
But more than anything, the read from Shuhei, coming towards mid, not being unnerved by the fake on catwalk, well prepared for the hit that came.
נאבי משחקים על כל הכסף שלהם כבר הראונד הזה. מעניין. עם הטריפ בייקר אני מניח. וונדרפול עם שוט נהדר על ברולן.
Navi are gonna love that start to the round. Wonderful to remove Brolin. He's gone back mid.
That's a disgusting shot from Wonderful.
וונדרפול בסיריז מטורף. איזה באס שרק בסיריז יש לנו כל כך הרבה שחקנים בטיר אחד לגמרי.
Just spotted the helmet over the smoke.
Wonderful.
We don't get that AWP battle that often, but Dust 2 is one of the maps where you do get that AWP head-to-head, in particular around middle, and Wonderful outmatches Torzi. It's a 2-man start here for Navi, picked off the back of Wonderful.
נראה כמו ראונד רביעי של נאבי. אין לנו אף אחד שיכול להתמודד פה עם כל הליצנים.
Yeah, that's true. Might need that.
A small miscue, but I think born of the success they've had. No real danger at the moment. Imma and Alexi going to get a deep glance toward. Now the question becomes, does Bit want to go up catwalk or long with the bomb? Because long's not cleared.
No, he's going cat. So he'll flash towards Shuey. Imma's got
אימא מוריד זרשם. הבנתי שגם בדוד יש לנו כמה שחקנים חזקים. כן, גם בדוד יש לנו את נטע ואת נטע שפירה ואת 33. כאילו הוא מכונה 33.
Up until the end where they were fighting for overtime. Another scenario here, they get their first round win and unable to turn it into
ראונד רביעי של נאבי.
and they are building a beautiful T-side on Dust 2 already.
בלי גם אין לנו שחקנים יותר מדי רציניים, יש לנו שחקנים פה ושם שנוגעים בהיי טיר. וואו, איזה שוט של וונדרפול. וגם זה על דוז'י.
But when action is starting to move and their team is starting
to fly, 33 זה fly.
Both those guys have their protocols of just where they sit to handle their responsibilities. JL and
נאבי בונים פה עוד פעם כסף.
So he becomes the guy that is responsible for the flank, for guys pushing up middle from the CT side, making sure the attack can't get wrapped upon. And he does it very well.
כמה אבק יש פה בנתניה.
It's a similar set of responsibility for Bit when Navi will end up over at the B-bomb site.
אימא אוכל פה דיק לפנים. מה זה היה פה רגע? ראונד מטורלל מאוד. בוולורנט בכלנו כמעט שחקנים גם בטיר 2. כן, בוולורנט יש לנו רק שחקנית אחת את ליזה שהיא בטיר 1.
going into this timeout.
נאבי בהתחלה חזקה מאוד למבואה הזאת. הופה.
That's a smart play. Yeah.
הופה. לוגיטק ג'יפרו.
He's got on his head.
It's like the sorting hat of traffic.
לא רע.
Interesting. Where do you even get one of those?
I have no idea. Round 7.
DHL sure deliver them.
Yeah, they will. You buy it, they deliver. All back in the hands of Torji. Navi's got plenty of money built up in reserve as well.
ראונד חשוב מאוד למאוס. להשאיר את המחצית הזאת איפשהו... אומייגאד. וונדרפול עם הטיימינג שוט.
Once again, it's wonderful to open up.
ומוריד גם את שוי.
Oh no, he's going to become
הוא עושה את זה שוב,
he is a problem. And Maoz do not have the answers. They're now getting a little bit more aggressive, trying to push up mid.
This is cool though.
גם אליי ששחק בטיר 2, מה שזה כנראה שנה פעם שעברה, אם הוא לא לטיר 1.
So heads up from Navi. They know the weakness. They know where the weak spot is and how this round is playing out. Tough part for Maoz 3v5. It happens so quick. You've got like a minute and 25 seconds in this round that you've got to play with this disadvantage. And Navi at the moment, with the fact they're staying quiet, aren't giving you any information. So you almost have to fight the urge to go find information for the time being, because you know Navi's just waiting for your peak.
נאבי מסיקים את הדאבל אנטריז האלה עם וונדרפול. פשוט מאטים את הקצב. נותנים למאוס לעשות טעויות. הפעם נראה שהם בוחרים את המקום הנכון ללכת אליו.
He's in the position to take first contact. The Hungarian, piece into the open, goes back. Oh God, he's stuck between some players.
Torji.
Impact again, and yet to see the impact that he was providing in the earlier playoff games. Hasn't had a moment to show up.
Wonderful עם 3K בראונד.
Navi have full control of this game right now.
Complete control of this game.
משחק חלש מאוד של מאוס, אין פה משחק אפילו. בקייס פה ולא, אני לא יודע אם נתחיל ששחקנים יודעים לשחק בו. כן, זה הרבה יותר קשה להיכנס לוולורנט ולליג אוף לג'נדס.
He just wants to see how many players have committed out. And Wonderful hits a very beautiful shot, calm and collected. Business as usual for Navi.
You can start to see what comes.
זה עובד קצת אחרת מסיאס, אז זה מאוד מקשה על שחקנים.
So acclimated to the stage setup, being in this environment, and now they've had a lot of runs of BO5s.
Also, you got to say the speech, the conversation that Navi has leading into this final this morning, this afternoon, had to have been so easy. Guys, this is our 6th one in a row. We've been on a long grind. We're exhausted. But forget about all of that for now. After this, we've got a break. We can go back, see the family, we can look at the demos, we can review anything we need to review. But for now, let's forget about the stress and win this trophy. Let's go home champions.
Get a like, see that IEM title. I mean, it's been the best year.
אם הוא מבין מה רוצים לעשות.
One title still eludes him.
יופי של upper crunch של מאוס.
Getting back to safety. He's under a little bit of pressure now, a little bit of scrutiny, but with that molly and
nice, Alexi B.
To knock 2 on their ass. Now it's exertion from Card. Good kill.
זה שמוריד אחד, כמובן שוונדרפול לא עושה מיס.
He is so far away from making an impact here. He is long.
He's got a good timing on this flank actually. At the end of the day, wonderful.
שוי מגיע מהר מאוד.
Spots it out, dinked by the MP9. Double dinked. Good burst.
וואו.
But it was always going to be a big ask for Shuhei to win that.
Where is Mouse? Can't find them. Mouse לא איתנו. הם לא במשחק, החבר'ה שלנו. הגיע הזמן להתעורר.
So far, Dust 2 has not arrived for them. They have not shown up, but they've got the AWP again for Torji, but wonderful. He is just being the only AWPer worth talking about so far, and it could happen again here. He's got eyes on the top of that smoke. Torsi's not going to go into the danger zone. He's going to drop back instead. Down towards the telephone pole.
ברולן מוריד קדימה, יופי של
Brolin's got the opening kill here for Mouse.
אשכרה נקרוב קונספט גרוע מאוברוואץ' שבסוף גרם לאיספורט שם להסתגר והחליטו שהם גם רוצים להשתמש בו, עשו את זה קצת יותר טוב, אבל עדיין לא משהו. כן, אני גם לא מתחבר לקונספט הזה, למרות שמבחינת עסק זה עובד לא רע, זה משאיר שחקנים הרבה זמן בבמה.
Brolin's actually going aggressive. Look at this. Oh, the tunnels push. JL. Is he going to have eyes on it at the right time? Nice weak for JL. He knows where there's usually one. There has to be a second in support, and so he doesn't want to stick around because of the damage he took on board. He'll drop back. And Alexi's coming in from lower to help out. Bit's been sent in as the reinforcement, and Yimpat, he hasn't stuck around. He's now got eyes on the tunnels, but he has to drop back, and they're coming forward. This would be a big moment for Yimpat, but he's annihilated by Alexi B.
Oh, just gets away. That would have been everything. That would have stalled the round. And Shuei's on the hunt. He feels like this is the best opportunity, but now he's away.
JL's waiting. Look at this.
בחיים לא בודק את זה. Never mind. זה שמוריד את אלכסי בי, יש שם פה 3 נגד 2 לתוך הבי-סייד. ביט. וונדרפול משיג פיק. ביט משחק. אוהו, טוז'י. מאוז. נייס צ'קס. בטוח כל הפעם. ראונד חשוב, המשחק עדיין לא נגמר, אנחנו יכולים לחזור למשחק הזה. 8-4 מחצית, 7-5. אפילו 9-3 זה איכשהו פלייבול.
Gap closes to 5, but we need a lot more of that from Mouse.
אלכסי בי לא אוהב את זה. טיימאוט ראשון של נאבי.
But it's a timeout from Blade, and we know how effective these can be. Blade timeout led to the final round victory on Inferno for Navi to close out the map 13-11.
לבלייד יש איזה 70% win rate לראונדים אחרי טיימאוט.
Let's not let them off the hook. Let's bury them even further.
Yeah, speaking directly to Alexi B, who did look like he was peering down the line of his squad. I think that's got to be a frustrating round to drop for Navi, even though they've had a strong start here. They were in a position to win that, and they let it slip. And Blade just wants to nip that in the bud immediately with a timeout here.
Biskela is wonderful.
Well, they don't know about the double up just yet. One in the hands of Torji, the other in the hands of Browl.
עוד פעם סיאס, מה נערים זה? long time no see, my friend. כן, מה נעשה? יש הרבה גמרים של סיאס, אחי. ביט מסיק, אין לי פרגליזיישן. Oh my god.
This is 3 times now.
וונדרפול נשאר בחיים על קצה שער עבר אנחנו נקים, מה נעשה? וונדרפול מוריד ברולן, ברור, ברור. את ה-VCT.
And again, Mouse have to play 3v5.
Double up's dead. Chewing impact coming back to cover off middle.
נראה כאילו שנאבי כמעט כל ראונד מתחילים באיזה 2 שחקנים יותר. כאילו את ה5 נגד 3 הזה ראינו איזה 60 ראונדים. פליימזי שחק לא פליימזי נפל ברבע גמר, אבל זה השם משחק. דוריאן ברמן. משחק חלש מאוד שלו, משחק במאוס. יכול לראות אותו על 2-8 כרגע. וונדרפול.
Navi haven't detected the in-game leader yet, but as soon as he peeks into the open, wonderful, unaffected by that flash, chimes another shot in. 35 seconds, Navi 5 versus 2. Long spotted. Bit drop.
ביט נופל.
Tries to go massive with the flick
down. איך אלכסי ביט לא נופל פה גם.
And it's just Yimpat, and he's on the other side of the map.
You can see the potential in some of these rounds being recovered from Mouse from time to time. The problem is
באמת לא ברור מה קורה.
many at this disadvantage.
כאילו טוז'י היה צריך להשיג פה 2 פיקס שלא נסגרו בראונד. אבל אני יותר קשה מסיאס. בכל משחק יש את הדברים שיותר קשים בו.
They take catwalk control at the corner, and they know that that's such a good place for a counterplay from the CT side. They know that that can be flash, peaked, harassed with utility. op deep, op close, whatever it might be. So once they take it and make
לא יודע מה זה יותר קשה, בסוף הם משחקים מאוד דומים ברעיון. יש פה הנד על ג'ימי. וונדרפול. וונדרפול does not miss this game. סיאס זה הרבה איים, אבל יש לך גם הרבה עבודה עם היוטיליטי. כמו שאתה עובד עם הביליטיז בוולורנט. אתה לוקח שטח, אותו דבר פה. וואו. תראה את הריאקשן טיים הזה.
Alexi B in search of his IEM finally going his way. We talk about Maoz and they've had some decent runs in playoffs on the stage. They've had some great games, but they've never been able to win on the big stage in front of the masses. And that is the next step for this squad. And right now they're ranked in this BO5.
נחמד לי ולורנט.
This event, or like even the string of events has been like baby steps. Like first we saw them win a stage.
משחקים דומים, אבל המקניקות די שונות.
And then you see them win a game, and then lose in the semifinals, and now they're in the grand finals. And it's just these baby steps.
Sometimes babies fall, Jason. They do fall over. And that could be happening right now. Navi. Resistance going up against him. They've got long. And at range with the Deagle, and exertion will not be favored to win these fights. He does land a body shot on the Wonderful, but look how close JL is getting now. He's got bit in behind him. Smoke blows open. JL revealed. What else could it be when it's bit with the AK? It's Brawlin and the Impact stuck in middle. A round that will not even become competitive. It is 9 rounds for Navi in this half. Left. Mouse search for a third.
כן, תשמע, יש אנשים שאוהבים את סיאס, אוהבים את זה שזה הרבה יותר aim dependent. הגנדולס הרבה יותר משמעותיים בסיאס. יש שאוהבים את כל הביליטיז, אומרים וואלה זה משחק פחות משעמם לכאורה.
You go over to that T side and think of the knowledge of having to attack into the B bomb site. It's JL and Bit that defend that particular part of the map, which is not an easy defense to crack.
No, it's a pretty picture.
It's about at this moment.
כולם עושים ב-CS, לא ממש. בוא נעבור על השחקנים של שתי הקבוצות. יש לך פה אוקראיני, מה זה פינלנד, זה לות'יניה, רומניה, אוקראינה, זה גם פינלנד, ישראל, פולנד, סווידן והונגרי. אין פה רוסי אחד במשחק הזה. כן, בגלל זה אני צופה בזה, זרשן, דוריאן ורמן. משחק במאוז.
There's not a single Mouse player that has enjoyed this opening half on Dust 2. Roland 4-12, he'll end.
וואלה, משחק משעמם. נאבי, every time, משיגים אנטרי פראג.
In the sight, flash goes up, he has to use a smoke to keep himself alive for the time being. It has stalled out Navi, but that doesn't matter in the end, because Big and Joe have another 2 kills. 4v2, a lot of time for Navi, they can just take a break, but a bit running long. Torch, but he needs to follow up and he can't get it on him, who's actually wielding the sniper at this point.
Navi chose to evacuate away from the B bomb site so quickly and so convincingly that I just threw Mouse's
time.
The story of this half, 10-2 in the favor of Navi. Domination in 2 of these grand finals.
לא רציניים החבר'ה. וואלה לא רציניים בשום צורה. אין פה משחק אפילו. 3 דקות הפסקה בין המחציות. נפתח דיילי קייסס. אנחנו מוציאים את זה משהו ככה. זה 14 סנט שווה. לא, זה 1 שווה 3 סנט. 40% זה הביא משהו? זה 40% בכאילו. פחות מזה, זה 10% זה הביא משהו. כן, זה סלמת, אתה כאילו לא כבול למערכת מה שנקרא. בוא נעשה דמו ספין. אני מקבל את הוורס טייטים כמובן. עכשיו נעשה זה. נריץ פה איזה באטל קטן. בטח היה בייס טייטם. קטן. הבאנו פה לא נורא יותר מדי. נעשה באטל על 3 פוינטס. קלאוד, אין לנו קלאוד. בוא נעשה את זה. נביא את זה, נעשה קלאוד, נפסיד את זה, נפסיד את זה. שמנו את זה, זה קלאוד. סלאם דק, יש לנו קלאוד. יש כזה נייף נדירה? יש לי נייף לא רע באופן יחסי, לא יודע אם בהכרח נדירה זה ההגדרה בשבילה, אבל נייף לא רע בכלל. מה אפשר להביא את הביוננס הזה? אפילו אפשר לעשות את זה. מה זה הקייס הזה? פרודוטייפ 40%, נשמע לא רע. 40%, 2 vs 2. נורמל מוד. יאללה, בוא נריץ בוט. כמה? 10-2 לנאבי. אוקיי, היום לקחו, אני לא יודעת כלום. היה נחמד. טוב. דיילי.
Navi showing their class in these grand finals. 10-2 opening half. It was domination from start to finish.
Wonderful, פשוט נראה מדהים.
Of their first Intel Extreme Masters trophy here in Rio. And boy, do they have a good leg up on it. Mouse, I don't even know what kind of a comeback you would need to make this one.
הוא מוכר לי רצח.
For Mouse to come back into Dust 2 here. For them,
איזה טיקטוקר או משהו, לא?
it is a best of 5. They got a lot to fall back on to make this competitive, but Navi have
ממש חייבים להביא פה את הפיסטול, אם הם רוצים איזשהו סיכוי למפה הזאת.
Picking up short exertion, it's going to move into position.
וונדרפול ממשיך לחסל אנשים.
Incredible map, and it doesn't slow down at all. Alexi B's turn out.
אלכסי בי מוריד טולג'י ככה.
Beautiful from Navi. Another headshot, Wonderful chiming in, and Brolin is left alone. If you had a dream of a Mouse comeback, that is gone, it is dead. It's 11-2, Navi with a pistol, and they are pretty much done with Dust 2.
Yeah, Dust 2's over. Get it done with. Let's go to break. Let's get the next map loaded in. Let these guys grab a banana. This one ain't happening for Mouse.
No, I mean this is actually a very similar performance that Mouse were able to dish out against Furia yesterday, where they just didn't allow Furia into the game. They're on the receiving end of that now.
כמה עולה הנייף שלי? זו 1,200 שקל.
And again, Mouse, like in a situation like this, I'm not even going to criticize it. They've gone for a full save. They're kind of conceding. Navi getting up to 12, and in their heads, it's just can't possibly make this comeback without AK-47s, without rifles and utilities. So no point in going down to the Tech 9.
יש לי גם כפופות, גם נייף. גם AK שווים סכומים לא רעים. היה לי תקופות עם אינבנטורי שווה 40,000 שקל.
Just going down 0-2 in a best of 5, it's the death sentence. It often, well, it always pretty much has been in the arenas.
Very few reverse sweeps in best of 5.
One.
Wow, nice. Dink.
And now I'm just playing football, I guess, so we'll enjoy that.
טוב, נראה שמאוס ויתרו על המפה הזאת. שוי.
It's cool because Navi's like, let's not give them this time to chat. Let's actually get up in their face.
Just farm them, yeah. Let's get this over and done with.
Once they realize no one's doing anything, Navi's just like, nah, we have no sympathy.
Yeah, we're just gonna destroy you. Here's JL. Okay, yeah. I got a little excited for a moment, but JL just takes that kill.
I think he heard the crowd start to pick up.
He's like, they're gonna know.
I'm just gonna take this.
Map point for Navi. About to go 2-0 up in this best of 5.
12-2. האם מאוז יכולים להביא פה 10 ראונדים ברצף? אני לא בטוח.
The new strapbook, the new playbook. It's been beautiful to watch. Mouse have overcome a lot of their demons. They finally beat FaZe in the group stages. A team that just they couldn't get past. They go down in the opening round.
getting traded by Shui.
They destroy Fury
4-4.
on home ground.
4 נגד 4 יותר
versus
נכון.
Navi, it has been silent from Mouse.
They've checked a lot of boxes in this tournament that they haven't had previously. It just looks like they've checked their last one. This one is this Dust 2 is going to go away from them, and then it's that hard task of the comeback across the series. Ima to defend this catwalk play.
ברולן.
Lexi.
3 קילו.
Ima's alongside
טוב,
of him.
זה מפה.
Dust 2. Their map pick is almost in the bag. Alexi be at range. Oh, not exactly the cleanest from Alexi. Torsey burning the impact, clearing out Wonderful coming through CT spawn, and this map isn't over yet.
A bit much from Wonderful. I think he's got the ego of a 12-2 scoreline.
Well, Torsey, it's a clutch or it's over, and it is
G to the G.
Dust 2, Navi go 2-0 up in this best of 5.
ניפגש במפה השלישית וכנראה האחרונה. אם זה ימשיך ככה זה לא יהיה מפה, זה היה נראה מגעיל, לא יפה בכלל.
Well, whether you like it fast or you like it slow, this is what you got in map 2. It was not exactly the ball game that Mouse wanted to see themselves playing in. For Navi, though, this is just a little bit more of some of the domination we have seen examples of time and time again. This is the Intel Extreme Masters Rio Grand Final, and we are currently 2 maps deep with Navi ahead. Jacob?
I'm sorry to say this out loud. I wish I wouldn't say this during a grand final here in Rio, but I think that was the worst map of Counter-Strike I've seen all tournament long. I know Astralis had a game versus EF where EF couldn't get going either on one of the sides, but I think the first half we saw from MOUZ right here was one of the most lackluster Counter-Strike I've seen at this tournament. It took them 10, 15, 20 seconds every single buy round to lose it, play in a 3v5 scenario, in a 4v5 scenario, and at no point did I have a feeling that MOUZ were able to fight their way back into the game. I think the only buy round they won on the CT side was even them winning a 2v4 where Na'Vi perhaps, you know, lost a bit of focus. Apart from that, MOUZ got nothing to show for in that first half.
All maps have key areas, right? And on Dust 2, that's long, pretty much. Why? Because that's where the Ts can have first contact real quick if you know, don't talk about the op battle that can happen all the way across mid, right? And the way you go about it as CT can be a couple of different ways. MOUZ was going for the one that's a little bit greedy, right? Like where you throw the smoke that pops a little bit delayed and you still try to get the player into pit before that smoke blooms. You molly behind blue box, you add one flash, right? But that gives an opportunity for the team with the best spawn to at least take a look, right? Before the smoke blooms. That's what happened multiple times for Na'Vi, whether it's Wonderful or the op, or it was Bit maybe, or someone else on the rifle, and they were just finding those openings time and time again. And if it were a 4v5, maybe you can do something, but 2 or 3 gun rounds in a row, it was just 3v5 for MOUZ after the first 20 seconds of the round. You can't play like that.
And even when they went towards the B bomb side, when they went to test Jimfat, he couldn't stand up for the test, and often he was, you know, by himself. He's left in a 4v5. That means that you can't have 2 players situated on the B bomb side. So for my money, you know, as you said, the long duels went the way of Na'Vi. Wonderful found a couple of openings in middle as well early on with the op. MOUZ players crossing the smoke in middle, you know, a little bit prematurely before it clears out or comes back after a nade, and all these small little mistakes were just instantly punished by Na'Vi. So obviously you got to give credit to Na'Vi for playing well, but I think MOUZ played some of the worst Counter-Strike they've done all tournament long.
And albeit whoever fell that early stage of the round, I mean, we're talking about playing a game 4v5 or 3v5 early round. That's not any indicator as to how that round might play out, but it's not looking good.
No.
Yeah,
it says no.
I think if anything, for MOUZ, the silver lining is you just got blown out of the server, right? Like you weren't losing rounds with advantages because you didn't have any, you weren't making like obvious glaring mistakes. It's just one of those worst case scenarios where every little bit where you try to maybe be a little bit greedy and take some extra control, that's where you get punished for that greed. And you know, honestly, Navi's players just being on point with hitting some of those openings, always being in the right place at the right time. So, you know, Navi's pick at the end of the day, and I think that's important for MOUZ to sort of not feel like it's the end of the world, because the final is still not over.
And I think that's the way you spin it into something positive. You know, as you said, it's not a game where you lose like Inferno 13-11, where you feel like you had it in your hands, or a couple of, you know, different ways of approaching certain rounds would have won you the game. On Dust 2, it's very easy for MOUZ right now. What they're talking about right now is the next map. There's nothing to discuss on Dust 2.
Life comes at you fast, right? I mean, you're thinking, okay, you know, we had Inferno, but it didn't really go our way. Now it's their map. You know, we'll keep putting up a fight. We can take Dust 2. And then you get blown out, and how much more significant does that make what happened on Inferno now for MOUZ?
And it doesn't help when you don't have an answer for one of these individuals. Wonderful has gotten the openers as well, all across Dust 2. It felt like he also couldn't put his crosshair in the wrong position.
It's good to see him with the op in hand. You know, I think sometimes when I watch Na'Vi play, and I guess that goes for Counter-Strike in general since we moved to MR12, some of these op players who rely a bit more up the op, you know, are getting less chances with the economy, with the way that you're forcing back and forth. There's only 12 rounds to play out. You don't really have that many rounds with the op in hand, but we saw the instant impact from Wonderful when he got it from the get-go. We saw it yesterday as well in Navi's semi-final. The second he got the op in his hand, that's the second Na'Vi started to play well against Heroic. So Wonderful is a very key ingredient in Na'Vi playing well and keeping control of the map.
So let's talk about that control, because right now, firmly in their hands, Na'Vi has this grand final. We switch it over to Mirage. Does it bode as almost rough looking around the edges for the MOUZ side?
I mean, it's problematic because we consider Na'Vi to be one of, if not the best Mirage team in the world. That they've had the map where they've had a crazy winning streak up until the grand final of Cologne against Vitality. And even more worrisome is the fact that no one is really missing for this Na'Vi squad, right? Like, they all have their moments. Ima most of all, right? And he is the point man on Mirage for Na'Vi.
Yeah, you could say the same for JL. If anyone had a strugglesome start to the beginning to the series, it was JL on Inferno. Didn't really have that much impact as we've seen all tournament long. And Dust 2, he was firing on all cylinders. So you're spot on when you're saying that every single player from Na'Vi have now had a positive map. You know, have had a map where they were the difference maker as well on the server. So it's hard for me to imagine a world where Mouse all of a sudden come out and elevate their level of play to a point where they can match Na'Vi. I'm afraid we're looking at what could be a quick 3-0, but I also do think that, you know, with the way Mouse have played so far in this tournament, if they can rediscover some of that ability we saw in the semifinal and rediscover some of the play we saw in the group stage, they can definitely make the game competitive. It's just Mouse haven't shown up today so far.
It's moments like this that you show what you're made of, right? That you won't let this result affect you. Won't let the fact that you're 2-0 down affect you. You'll show still why Mirage was your pick to begin with. How did you get to this grand final and show some of that quality that we've seen in this tournament?
Yeah, that quality continues to be a question for the Mouse, at least on this stage today. The questions might not stop there. I'm talking about our DHL MVP.
Who will be the DHL MVP? You decide. You can participate in the DHL MVP vote as it happens. Make sure to be tuned into the Twitch stream and be ready to have your say.
Yes, have your say using those Twitch channel points. It's the DHL MVP. We'll be catching up with them on the desk at the very end of the game itself. Now, go ahead and talk about these candidates. Because, Emma, we talk about him being him, and maybe in this case, he is him for this Na'Vi lineup.
Yank already said it. He's had a fantastic final so far. He's had a tournament again where he's showing impact, not only being a vocal member of Na'Vi, but also showing it in terms of productivity on the server.
Absolutely, and wonderful, you know, seeing as how he performed yesterday after a tough first map, stepped up on Dust 2. We just saw what he did, how he dismantled Mouse as well in this one. Another one of candidates from the Na'Vi squad.
Yeah, he does it with the rifle, he does it with the AWP. He's found an awful lot of impact, and I'm starting to like this wonderful more and more. It's kind of like he's emerging into that star player that was a bit missing in Na'Vi from time to time. He's getting better as we speak. Alexi as well, you know, from a calling point of view, he hasn't really put a foot wrong. He's been fantastic so far.
When it rains, it pours, right? Alexi B also having a good series here in the grand final, and now one map away from his second best of 5 win, and the first one at an Intel Extreme Masters.
Yeah, it would be important for Alexi B to get that win, especially considering his history with best of 5 finals as well. That's going to feel good being up 2-0.
Yeah, again, make sure you're using those Twitch channel points to go ahead and get that vote right locked in properly so that we can talk about them, or rather to them, at the conclusion of this grand final. Gentlemen, we look at Mirage, and I do bode the question, does it end here? Do we stop this whole thing here? Does the show end? Really?
No, Trace, I want to believe, right? I want to believe Mouse is better than what we've seen on map 1. They're obviously better than what we've seen on map 2, right? But you need to wake up. Next map, you lose, you're out of the tournament. Nothing more, like start playing with a little bit of freedom, right? Show us what you're made of.
I'll give you a key ingredient. I need to see Exertion do something on the server. He's such a vital part of Mouse whenever they're playing well, being the entry fragger, being the guy that creates chaos towards the opponents, creates space for his teammates. He's had a horrible series so far. He is arguably the player that you can sometimes point towards and say in group stage, in less pressure scenarios, he performs significantly better. I think Exertion is a fantastic player, but without him playing well, there's no way Mouse comes back into this game.
Yeah, perhaps you're at home, you're wondering how you can get involved. Well, let me tell you all about how. That's using the hashtag IEM on your favorite social media platforms. Let us know who you think is going to win, or if you think it ends right here with 3, because earlier on in the tournament, it brings me great joy to tell you that our 1xBet clutch of the event is Monas.
You got Monacy. Got a headshot, time to challenge. It's isolate, flash to isolate the jaw. 1-6 dead 2. This is going B, and then Manta mantles up.
Hi, it's Bob with FACEIT. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on FACEIT Watch? Yep, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a you watch, you win situation in here. Watch I Am Rio while having the chance to get skins and FACEIT points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Hey Future Pros! A-execs on Mirage are a staple of the map. Let's look at an all-hands-on-deck execute you can do with your team. For this execute, you will need 5 Future Pros, 3 smokes, 3 mollies, and about 7 flashes. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the CT smoke along with some flashes for your players coming out of the ramp. To throw your smoke, stand in the middle point of this wall section. Aim to the middle of this wood sticking out of the tower. Then jump throw. For your flashes, there is no specific lineup in this example, just bang them over the right side of the wall above the lamp. Future Pro number 2, you will throw the balcony or shadow molly along with a flash. To throw your molly, stand against this pillar and position yourself so the edge of this light is just visible. Aim above this light fixture and running throw the molly after a few steps. This version will only molly the top of balcony. To cover off shadow instead, use the same lineup and run forward longer before releasing the molly. Then bounce a flash off this wall and pick your timing when to peek out from palace to support your teammates. Future Pro number 3, you will throw the jungle smoke, along with a flash to help you entry and clear out anyone who could be close. To throw your smoke, run to this beam and find this spot on the floor. Aim at the top of the wall in line with the left edge of this big brick. Then throw your smoke. For your flash, move to the left and throw it against this part of the ramp and drop down with it. Make sure to turn as it pops and entry into the side, or die to the orb. Future Pro number 4, you will throw the stairs smoke along with a flash over the ramp, and a molly for bench. To throw your smoke, stand so that these beams are lined up together. Aim just to the edge of this wall about halfway up from these 2 points. You can use these 2 antennas to help guide you with this. Then simply throw the smoke. For your flash, just toss it over the ramp. Finally, when you have a bit of space on the ramp, pull out your molly and throw it to the left of your jungle smoke. This will dissuade a CT from pushing out to the bench. And lastly, Future Pro number 5. You will throw the sandwich molly along with 2 flashes. To throw your molly, stand in line with the wall at the edge of this corner. Find this dark spot at the top of the wall, then simply throw the molly. It's important to throw this molly before the smoke for stairs comes in, as if that smoke is thrown a bit short, it can but not always extinguish the flames. For your flashes, the first one should be a jumping throw over this building, and the second as you get to the ramp. You can throw it into the jungle smoke and potentially stop a CT from pushing, or spamming through the smokes. This is a great A execute, but requires some good synergy with your teammates. If you have a 5-stack you queue with often, I'm sure you can all get on the same page and get that bomb down on the A side of Mirage.
Na'Vi are 1 map win away from collecting the Intel Extreme Masters title here in Rio de Janeiro. This is a team that have had the best year of their careers as individual players. We've seen Alexi B come into this squad, a new challenge, having to lead an international. Na'Vi, Blade had to deal with a new international squad, and they have come together. They've won a major title this year, Jason, and they are building towards that second major. A title here in Rio would cement them as the best team of this year by far.
You're exactly right, and they have cemented themselves as the most dangerous and best team at this very moment, showing that class on the stage yet again. What a tough task Mao's have in front of them to come back in this series, but first it's got to start with Mirage. They've got to find a way to break this team, because the first 2 maps, Na'Vi have been comfortable, in control, in command. And they're coming off a Dust 2 in which Mao's feel like they probably didn't even enter the server.
No, this tournament had the opportunity to be perfect for Mouse. The ability to finally beat FaZe Clan, the ability to win multiple playoff games and get into a best-of-5 final against the world #1. But right now it is looking like they're about to get blanked. At least we've got Mirage, a map that Mouse are so comfortable on, and we know they're capable of putting world-class performances in. But this has got to be the first step of an almost impossible run back into this best-of-5 grand final.
And it all comes down to the individual players. The Des touched on it briefly, but whatever game plan Mouse might have, whatever strategies they might have in the book ready to pull out, it comes down to the individuals having to have impact, exertion being a force on this map. You need to have players, you need Torji's off to come alive for the first time in this series. Shuhei, can he call Mouse out of this rut that they're in? Everyone is going to be required from Mouse heading into this third map and potentially final map of the Grand Finals in Rio.
6 straight Grand Finals for Na'Vi. A chance to lift a trophy in front of the Rio crowd. And they could do it in a 3-0 fashion. Best of 5s have been their issue, especially against elite competition. Mouse are certainly elite. And right now, Na'Vi in control. They'll start on the CT side, and Mirage Mouse will be on the T side. And we know this was their slow start against Vitality. We know Mirage is usually their comfort ground, but there was a moment where they disappeared and they lost control of that map. They can't have the same performance here. A lot of utility on Brolin and Torsi.
And Brolin's on the other side of the map. He's over in Palace. Everyone else in the B bomb site, good early nade. Chunks exertion down to 62. His entry when they eventually throw out the util is going to be important. Brolin's going to fall back to T-spawn when he realized there was no push in towards Palace. Na'Vi know what's coming though.
And Alexi doesn't want any of that smoke, so he's going to drop back into the site. Now let's take a moment to pause.
Yeah, it's just a pump fake. They're going to go right back into it. They're hoping Na'Vi is under the assumption that Mouse is going to be falling back, traversing through T-spawn to do a set piece towards the A bomb site. Nobody's really budging all that much. They have good control and information in middle, so Wonderful can spin and look to the B holes from Catwalk.
Here comes the attack. Wonderful. Getting peeked, getting taken down. It's a great opening here for Mouse. Imma doing what he can. JL still alive at the site, and he's actually somehow evaded these bullets. He got behind them, but Yimpat turns for an essential kill. Another great shot from Imma. Knocked out to short. He's alone now in this match. Looking at him, so eventually should cost him. It's a not clean pistol at the end, but eventually Mouse will take it. They win the first round of Mirage.
It's scrappy. And you know, I'll say this to start out Mirage. Let's not worry about the quality of Mouse's round wins. Let's not worry about these rounds that look disorganized, missed shots, scrappy. Let's just see them put those rounds on the board, because that's what Mouse is thinking at this point. It's not the best day. You know, we're not playing the best that we've done in this tournament at all. They need to just get rounds on the board, build some momentum, and the rest will follow it. But for now, as ugly as it is, who cares? Mouse take a pistol, and Na'Vi save. No armor picked up for this Na'Vi side in round number 2, not looking to return after the pistol round loss. That's a bomb site access for Mouse, and that's a second round for Mouse.
Well, let's think about what was working against Fury yesterday at Mirage. In particular, I felt like Brolin was able to get a lot of space, a lot of impact coming out of Palace.
Clean round של Mouse. יופי.
Impact out of that position. Na'Vi will have seen that, obviously, in preparation for this game. I'm sure Brolin will not be afforded the same kind of space he was getting against Furia.
Well, Navi's done a good job of shutting down some of the power pieces of Mouse in the first 2 maps of the series. Exertion outside of T-side, Inferno hasn't really had a whole lot to say. Nobody had anything to say on Dust 2. Torji still yet to get going with that AWP. He's going to be coming into this cold. Not even a single round of Torji's off that I can recall of note.
נכנסים פה לראונד השלישי, יש לנו פה 4 גלילים. נגד 3 אמפורס.
Down to Wonderful in the off battles of Dust 2.
ושתי פמאסים.
I'll amend my statement.
No, I just remember that. I don't know if you do. Lay him up in the window. He's going to look down into the underpass.
And look at Na'Vi right now. They're grouping up. Two players coming towards Catwalk. Yet Ema a bit over at window. JL at Con. It looked like they wanted to set up a little mid-round aggression piece to shut down mid. Instead, Mouse is going to negate any of those ideas. So the defense is going to have to
Well, the defense has certainly improvised.
ונאבי פשוט מחסלים פה את מאוס לכיוון מיד. ג'ימי מוריד וונדרפול לכיוון שעות. ומוריד את אימה גם.
And this low HP Finn is now into the attack. He's got his teammate Brawler trying to join him. And with that boost, Alexi B up on top, doing damage to Brawler. Yimpat now gone. It's all on the Swede, and he can't even get out of the window. That boosted position works out perfectly.
2-1 לטובת מאוס. מנסים פה לגנר נוסף.
And we'll see if that becomes a trend, if that's part of the game plan of this CT side, this little mid-round crunch where they feel like Mouse is making progress down ramps, setting up.
עבודה נהדרת של נאבי.
That one's easy, but the catwalk players streaming off.
ג'ל משחק מאוד אגרסיבי נגד זרשם, בטיימינג נהדר.
Good timing for Na'Vi to hit. Torji's op is in the field of play on the T side. He's going to be part of the crew in middle, trying to establish this control. It's fast through the cat smoke for exertion. And there we go.
זרשם מוריד פה את אימה. שוי מוריד את ג'ייל. עבודה נהדרת של מאוס לתחילת הראונד הזה. זה ראונד שמאפס את הכסף לשתי הקבוצות. טורג'י מוריד פה את ביט. וונדרפול ואלקסי בי נשארו פה ב2 נגד 5. וואו. ראונד גדול מאוד של מאוס. כולם נשארים בחיים, יש פה סיכוי גבוה מאוד להגיע ל4-1 עם כמות כסף עצומה.
3-1, convincing, no hiccups whatsoever. And maybe that could be the thing. Maybe that this round right here where everything works. Everyone gets the exact fights they're looking for off the exertion opening kill.
Yimmy.
Maybe we start seeing Mouse get into a rhythm.
אימה מנסה פה את מה שנקרא ניקו פליי.
Have a streak of rounds. Even in the first map when it was close, it was very back and forth.
Yeah, the best they did was 5 of 7
ביט
rounds at one time.
עושה פה פורס ל-M4, משחק פה הירו M4 בעונה הזה.
Yeah, so this has the potential to turn into the best run of form for Mal's in this final so far. About to go up to a 4-1 scoreline unless something disastrous happens.
Oh no, Shui.
Oh, yeah, that turns from something very unclean into something beautiful from Shui.
בראול משחק פה חצי אנטי פלש.
Just 2 USPs now left for Navi. 4-1 confirmed.
These mid fights on Mirage are where I feel like I see
Shui נופל.
feel the most comfortable and confident in his individual skill. Those fights, for whatever reason, he's loving them.
ראונד יחסית נקי של מאוס. 4-1, יש לנו המון כסף עליהם.
But everyone else from Navi has the rifles.
Wow.
Peace.
Love it.
Wow.
Just one bullet to him. Op for Torzia. Let's see what the T side opping can deliver for Mouse. There's no other op on the other side, so at least Torzia does not have competition in that regard.
מאוס יושבים על ארגזים של כסף.
Look at this, aggressive through the smoke in mid, took some damage, got spotted by JL, who now throws the molly down to make sure that Exertion can't climb up onto that bench and fight him from short. Grenade blasts open the window smoke. Wonderful has a peek with it. It hasn't resulted in a kill here for Navi.
לפני המולוטוב. אימא יורד ל3 HP.
Most damage so far. He's under a little scrutiny inside the connector, but he gets himself behind the box.
זרשם מוריד את אימא. שוי מוריד את ג'יי. יש לנו פה עוד פעם יתרון משמעותי. ביט. Oh no, זרשם. ג'ימי מוריד את ביט. יש לנו פה 3 נגד 2 לטובת מאוס.
Wonderful waits around the corner, and Torzi's just on that side.
Torzi.
Into him. He's got it back into a 2v2.
נופל פה לוונדרפול. וונדרפול יורד 45 HP. והם יודעים איפה הוא נמצא 2 נגד 1. וונדרפול מוריד פה את ג'ימי. וכמעט לוקח את הראונד. 5-1 למאוס, התחלה נהדרת של החבר'ה האלה.
Yeah, Shui coming into Mirage like, if none of my star players are going to do it, I'll do it myself. Had the beautiful round in middle just previously, and this one is scrappy. Trying to find the trades as he goes. Finds JL on catwalk. and then turns to seal the deal on Wonderful.
And if Wonderful didn't take that damage earlier in the round, it was body shots that Shuey was landing. Wonderful, very close to pulling that one off. But Shuey, 9-3. What a hot start for the in-game leader. He's got an important role in this T side, occupying mid. Impact. Ooh, needs to be careful. Lexi B walking towards him. He takes down his countryman.
יופי של entry של ג'ימי.
It's a long path to walk. So deep smoke to stall things out. Deagle's picked up in an MP9 on bid again. So some stopping power, but with the man disadvantage, not
5-1 למאוס. נראה שהם קיבלו חיים במשחק הזה. זה שמוריד את אימא, יש לנו פה עוד פעם יתרון. וונדרפול. נייס שוט. 4-2. הם יודעים על JL.
We're looking at JL and Bit alone. 6th round almost guaranteed. And that shot, it certainly will be.
אני מאמין שינקו אותו כמו שצריך.
How much can he get out of this MP9?
Look at how aware Mouse is of the possibility, the potential.
Oh, Jimmy. Ooh!
Okay,
JL.
Still
fucking
so many
cheater.
targets to collect, but that second kill out short is something ridiculous.
Yeah, and then you feel if he can get into some kind of safety, he might be able to build upon it. But a good job from Browl with the way he was baiting his teammate up in holes. Intelligent baiting. Able to close down the round before it gets out of control. First timeout used by Na'Vi. 5-round deficit.
And they've been great when they've had these timeouts and Blaze had
ESL, opa!
Generally we see that ship turned around. Things are going sour and
אינטל קורו. מעבד.
That'll make you happy.
מעבד מקסים.
That certainly will. Lots to celebrate out there.
What's yours is mine, right, babe?
Yeah, exactly.
וואלה זה השתדרג עכשיו. הולך הביתה עם אחלה של מעבד. 6-1 למאוס.
Very chaotic round. I love the precise communication there. Good job.
Shui's been doing this all event long.
Yeah, very complimentary to his teammates. When they do something well, even if it is a small detail, encourages them to keep it up. Exertion getting it towards connector. Wonderful. He's got eyes on the short walk at the moment. Exertion, you know how he likes to play. He likes to get around this bench, peek up into short, try and...
אימא עם הטיימינג. איי.
maneuver coming out of Palace.
יופי של פיק של אימא.
This time, and it's not going to be able to put his team ahead. It's Na'Vi up into a 4v3, and you know that Exertion likes to get into the window. He's able to be shut down a bit before it really gets out of hand.
Well, you will have known that Na'Vi have a page in their notes.
Shuey.
JL's just calling out, I got both with me, make it one. Good nade, good utility work. And Torji stuck in the open for Alexi V to clean off. And out of a timeout, Na'Vi's back to their winning ways.
Yeah, there's just so many adjustments they make out of these timeouts that you go from 0 stopping power on your defense to putting up your best round yet. All in the hands of Wonderful. That could be a scary prospect for Mouse to have to deal with. I mean, his Dust 2 performance was lights out. He was the bane of their existence. The play they couldn't find the answer to.
And it's a cool setup for Mouse that round. I gotta give him credit. I like the call a lot, that even though it goes against him. They've had so much success in middle, and then you call for that kind of surprising, shocking play. You think maybe there's a world Na'Vi put an extra body in middle.
JL משיג אנטרפאג על שוי. זה שנראה שהוא לחפש פה משהו די אגרסיבי לכיוון קונקטור. איי.
Step made by Exertion, so Ima knows one's in con.
איזה סמוק ברייק. JL משחק פשוט מדהים.
Torji will hop up that ladder with a kill in the AWP, but there's still a lot of work to be done. Plenty of time, but that shot...
Wonderful, first shot.
Missed opportunity. Now he's under a little bit more pressure because he's got to worry about short flash getting set up.
Oh no, wonderful, first shot שני.
Second time of asking.
Torji מפיל את הבום לכיוון שורט.
He's got a second kill in him, but does he have more? He's been so clutch in this tournament so far, but this would be a step up. Player at short,
פוזיציה די קשה.
He's given an arm. He's given a chance, but Yimpact can't take it. And then the
Alexi B, a wide swing.
And they don't let Yimpact get into it.
Really good job from Alexi, playing that very smart, waiting to take his peek. He had his teammate Ima on catwalk, making sure that Yimpat couldn't cross into him. But you're right, this is much better from Na'Vi. Not as many bodies straight up to handle middle, but even with the few they're putting in there, JL and Ladder Room the past 2 rounds in a row, they're making it costly for Mouse to get control in mid, to get control and space up catwalk.
אם הראונד הזה הולך גם לנאבי,
They sit back with no armor.
זה משאיר את מאוס רק עם 6 ראונדים מראש. יש פה פוטנציאל לנאבי לעשות 6-6.
You enjoy that banana.
I wonder if he knows the camera's on him.
Probably. I mean, nothing else exciting's happening. I guess that's...
Yeah.
He's like, I know what I can do.
He's like, if I spray this banana on the wall...
Everyone's going to want to see the banana.
They're definitely going to spectate. Alright, so goal for Mouse.
Okay, ברולן. 4-4.
Flashes or smokes to help get out. Thankfully, they have a pretty forgiving defense to go up against.
ביט משחק ריטייק לכיוון ההיא.
Now, this is probably...
זה היה טיימינג מטורף להפיק ולקחת את הפייטים.
That's a dead dream.
It's over now.
Yeah, it is well and truly over. A flawless round from Na'Vi. They will celebrate.
עבודה יפה של נאבי.
Like it was a gun round as they now move forward to
10 שניות לפני, 6, 7, 8 שניות לפני, והם פוגשים רק את ביט. אולי יש פה פוטנציאל לפלנט ואיזשהו ריטייק אטמפט.
Na'Vi are capable of coming back into this game very quickly, and we are watching that happen before our very eyes. Also to round this half out, a great opportunity for 8 rounds, but 7 at a minimum. His shots from Wonderful in previous rounds of his op. It is
Wonderful במפה חלשה באופן יחסי.
You know eventually.
Yeah, he used all his power on Dust too. It's got to recharge a little bit.
Let's take a breather.
Tons of smokes in the utility down in middle at the moment. Shuhei, Yimpat, and Torji just starting to make their move. Smoke clears. Quick shot from Wonderful, but doesn't land. And around the smoke, Ima, he's been spotted. Oh, ho, ho.
Great start for Mouse. Another 5 versus 3. This is what was working for them earlier in this half when they were getting such clean openings. And a return to the guns and a return to winning ways for Mouse. A 7th round is collected. Just Alexi to prevent that clean sheet. He'll take Shuhei out. It won't be 5 players staying up for Na'Vi in this round, and they know where he is, so...
Nice adaptations from both teams, though, throughout this half. You can see Mouse this time through some of the faster paces.
Okay, Shanwana.
One by one without any real ability for a trade. Mouse slowed down the speed of which they take mid-control. And they do it cautiously, they do it as a group, and they're able to find 3 picks. And again, without going fast, without giving away the sound cues and utility cues when you're making progress, Na'Vi have no clue when it's time for them to really pounce. And everyone just gets lured into a fight that's disadvantageous.
Nice. 7-4 עד כה. סיטואציה לא רעה בכלל לטובת מאוס. אגרסיב פליי של ג'ייל, נותן פה פיק על זרשם.
It's fantastic. There's a risk involved, sure. And Yimpat's coming in to try and trade out JL before he's being fully able to retreat. But that smoke is going to keep JL alive. And in fact, he even has a pathway to get back into connector and stay up completely.
Yeah, and a little last glimpse, jumping on the bench and looking over the smoke and saying, it looks clear. No one's walking up catwalk. They can be here. I see nothing for the moment. See no evil here. Speak no evil. Molotov in towards the van. They'll trade.
The bomb is making its way back over towards A. Now, Brawlin's still in Palace waiting for his time to strike. He's going to have some teammates coming with him. Torji and Shuhei will go through the ramp, and Yimpat's a long way off.
This might be his best chance to have impact on a round, because either they've been taking mid and just destroying it so much that the round's done with, or they themselves have gotten destroyed to the point where there's no ability for them to audible into a play towards the A site. So Brawlin, this might be the only round where he's thinking in his head, I can have a huge influence on how this plays out.
JL, he's got Wonderful beside him and bit within the bomb site. Great utility to force Brawlin back. They've kept him pinned in the Palace.
נאבי חזקים מדי, וואלה כן. מאוס יכלו להביא את המפה הראשונה, אבל לגמרי חישלו את זה. שוי לא מסתכל בחזרה. הנועם היו ספאם. וואלה, הנועם הזה לא אלוהים. מה נהיה טאפי?
Especially with the smokes down here, they're going to try to...
Oh no, טוז'י. 3 נגד 3. אמא נראה לי הולך להשיג פה פליי אגדי.
Taking damage on board, but still standing as he recovers that bomb. But it's all about the plant. Wonderful, not peeking, not and it's all on Imma now. 1v2 as Maoz looked around out this first half with an 8-4 scoreline. And Imma looks to deny. First kill's good on Yimpat. Brolin so low.
Good reposition though. Really good reposition from Brolin. Ima will have no idea he's made it out of the bomb site.
Yeah, he's still paranoid about triple. Thinks that Brolin has to be pinned behind there, but Brolin's got out of there. Surely it clicks in Ima's head soon. Eventually when he clears out the site that he must have got towards CT, but no. He's still looking at triple, and Brolin doesn't buy it. He doesn't buy the defuse. Ima runs right into it, and Brolin loses. 8-4. Maoz with some life in this final yet.
מעניין. מחצית לא רעה בכלל של מאוז. לא רע. מה נהיה טאפי? סיימת ללמוד עכשיו? היידה. וואלה, בניתי לי קצת אינבנטורי בתקופה החביבה הזאת. אני אראה לך מה יש לי.
וואלה, טוב.
ביונט, ברייט ווטר, המוטוגלוס פאור והפיול אינג'קטור. אינבנטורי, והרבה.
אם אני סקינים בשווי כזה. רוצה סיאס אחרי המשחק הזה?
אני יכול לזרום לאיזה משחק. לגיים.
בוא ניכנס בין המפות, זה אלף טיים עכשיו, כן. אז אם מאוז מביאים את זה שנראה ככה, אפשר לעשות איזה ריטיקס.
יאללה, יש לך סרבר לריטקס?
נקסט.
שלום טק. הנועם עושה ספאם בצ'אט, השף הוא גנגסטר.
אני חושב כמובן יש לי את ה... אני עדיין לא עשיתי דאונלוד לארמורי הבטאית, נכון? עדיין עשיתי דאונלוד לארמורי הבטאית.
היידה, יש לך הרבה. וואלה, אחותי ואמא שלי משתגעות. מסתבר שיש לנו חולדה בבית. אבא שלי רוצה לשלם לי 600 שקל להוציא כל מיני דברים מהמחסן לפני שהוא מביא לוחד חולדות.
אתה אומר נאבי מביאים את המפה הזאת?
נאבי כבר חזרו מסיטואציות יותר קשות מ-4-8. אבל מאוס נראים חיים דווקא במפה הזאת באופן יחסי. אז יש פוטנציאל. מתי הם חוזרים לחיים פרקונס? יאללה סימפל. אני רוצה לראות סימפל מפסיד במפה.
סימפל לא עומד לעשות טוב, אבל לא אשמתו. תן לו חצי שנה והוא יחזור להיות
אני רוצה לראות אותו בוטום פרגינג כמו הפעם הראשונה של פלקונס משחקים.
כאילו יותר ממטן.
כן. הם מבלבלים את המוח פלקונס.
Take their first map of this series and embark upon a very long comeback to see if they can end up stealing this trophy away right from beneath Navi's noses.
הופה. זה שווה נגיד. כמה עולה i9 14900K?
Only 4 rounds to work with. Let's see what they can do with a pistol round. Look, we were wondering about, like, think back to the first map, right? It was a wonderful T side from Mouse. They were very happy to have that again on
chip
the
damage.
but Na'Vi came back in the opening map of this series and showed they've got an even better T side. So if you're Mouse, you cannot press back. It wasn't good enough to take a single round off. Look at the trades in middle. And he just ran out of ammunition.
Okay.
Shot after shot, that's a 4K. From Torsi, he's just killed everybody in the middle, and suddenly it's only JL. And he's sprinting away, making sure that Torsi not able to get this ace.
He's actually got a sick timing on this. I don't think they don't
הפיסטול בידינו.
מפתיע אותי שמאוז לקחו נראה.
Coming back to check it, now he sees him. JL spotted, no longer does he
כן, זה היה
have
מדי מוזר.
And
טורג'י עם האייס.
He'll celebrate that one because he just lands every single headshot.
שחקן.
טוב, מפה רביעית לפנינו.
Now that's a memorable round. Hasn't been with the AWP.
Maybe.
It's with the pistol, 9-4. Torji just trading every single frag that comes out.
It's a shot.
מקסים. מה אתה מתעצבן, ג'ייל? מה אתה מתעצבן, ילד?
רגיל להיות הכי טוב בעולם.
That's a great personal achievement for him.
Look, Mouse hasn't had a whole lot of those big
איך הוא הרג אותי?
individual performances to really celebrate. So, I mean, it's nice to have that.
הכתיר טובוט הרג אותי.
For the rest of us in the back of our minds, it's like, well, it's still a long series for Mouse.
Yeah, even if you get through Mirage, you have
הוא לוחץ קראוץ' תוך כדי.
One map at a time. For us, it's like, yeah, take the celebration.
אני גם עושה את זה לפעמים, רק שהוא עושה את זה הרבה יותר קלין ממני.
חשבתי שבסיאס זה אפשרי שלך
in this round, just Glocks. He got
אל תגזים.
wonderful, but
הוא עומד בסיאס?
סיאס טוב?
Chance for Alexi to just have a conversation because the comeback begins in the next round.
ג'ימי לא מודע לאירוע.
מה, וונטרפל מביא וונטרפ, היום הוא שם עליו רעש. כי זה לא משנה, הוא לא ימות. למרות שהוא לבד, יש רק אחד בשורט. לא, 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 לא.
אמא מוריד אותו.
הים.
זרשן מוריד פה שלישייה.
For Na'Vi. This Deagle can give him one more. Okay, Alexi's gone down now. Not able to recover any of the weapons.
גם הם הורידו שניים.
Two kills on it.
זה 10-4 למפה.
I mean, they weren't expecting that.
No, also, I don't know if I've ever seen Yimpat run down like that by an armored Glock, ever.
Yeah. I mean, he's just such a good B-anchor. You really see him step up almost every single time they come his way. He is human after all.
Ema just gave him 5 dinks to the dome.
He gave him the beans.
10-4 and a timeout used by Na'Vi.
Second timeout של נאבי.
It's a chat from Blade. And burning a timeout early just because of the scoreline. 6-round deficit. Blade doing what he can.
טוב, בוא נראה איזה מאצ'ז מעניינים לפנינו. מה הנקסט איבנט? אליסטה מאסטר אספו? מה זה? זה טיר 4? וואלה. $200,000. טוב, נרץ משחק פה, אולי זה רלוונטי איכשהו. וזה מה זה?
AK's on all 5. No AWP in sight for the hands of Wonderful. A quieter game individually from everyone at the moment for Na'Vi. The fragging output has not quite been there, but maybe this is what. No, but maybe this is where they turn that tide. Dorsey in the window, eats that grenade up or that smoke, lets it hit off his body.
10-4 ליהודונים.
Very tentative opening to the round from Na'Vi, staying far away from all the utility raining in. Just now stepping up with the nades and the Molotovs have been used by Mouse. Bomb has shifted back to the A bomb site, joining up with JL at the base of the ramp.
ריסמוק לבוטום קון.
Imagine Ema gonna work con. This hit at the A bomb site, Alexi likely to just lurk.
Shuei is worried about that lower player. He knows there's one in the underpass, even. He's not too far off damaging Alexi P.
ברולן פוזיציה לא רעה בכלל. או נו. ג'ייל מוריד 2. טוב, ג'ימי 1 נגד 4. מוריד את אלכסי בי. 1 נגד 3. ג'ייל 1 טאפ.
like that. It feels like such a strong angle to watch Halls, but he doesn't want to give away his position. There's also a hunt here. JL's already come back low at HP.
Jimmy מוריד גם את JL.
Likely going to survive. Na'Vi shouldn't be very motivated to try and hunt this gun down. Not enough money built up yet, as this is their first round win of the second half.
Great opening from Bit. Follow-ups from JL were sublime.
There might be a timeout in this round from Maoz. If I look at their money right now...
בלייד ממשיך להשיג ראונדים אחרי טיימאוטס. פשוט הזוי.
cannot afford to drop over at M4. Exertion and Shuhei both at 1500, but Torji had money for the off, and that'll be the turning point.
Looks like they've been pretty decisive in what they want to do with it, so not timeout coming out for Maoz. It's going to be the AWP for Torji.
איזה יופי של עבודה של ג'ייל. Navi gonna crash the mouse. לעשות.
They've swung very wide. That AWP without armor is going to be
relatively
safely back at the ticket booth at the A-bomb site to play retake.
If Maoz lose this round and they don't save any players, this could be Navi's ticket back into this game.
Yep, this is a very, very critical round for both teams. This decides whether this comeback continues or whether Maoz is just going to march towards that third map victory. No money on Navi either. Losing team is going to have to down and take an eco round.
תראו לנו שאתם מסוגלים למפה בבסט אוף 5 נגד נאבי.
Smoke into the window. JL is going to push through underpass. Alexi P out top mid with him. Putting the utility in place for the A site again. Navi look to try and attack this A bomb site with 3 and JL freed up.
Ooh.
Players have died in a second. And now they can focus
איך זה לא קיל, אני לא יודע, אבל לא יודע
anything else because Navi's
איך שוי עדיין בחיים.
attempting to break through this A site. And so far so good and it just keeps getting better.
אני מאמין, אתה יודע מה זה?
וונדרפול. הנה 1v5 מהיר.
הנה 1v5 3, 4. אני האמנתי,
אני לא האמנתי לרגע. האמנתי שמוריד את 2. את הלואו גאי בסטארס וזה שהולך להפיק אותו מהסמוק ככה. נאה.
ולא הניקו מומנט בניוקה.
איזה יופי. איזה יופי. איזה מקצוענים האורחים. טוז'י, קראשינג, אימא. ביט ליבוט.
יאללה ביט, תן לי בוואן טאפס.
ברולן מוריד את ביט במהרה.
אפילו לא לקח את ה-AK.
Wonderful couldn't commit too far to try and get that weapon back either because he did have the bomb in his possession.
I mean, it seems obvious this round is pretty lost for Na'Vi.
Boom, AK.
They have the resources to do anything team-based, take control, try and get the defense to move. Everything's been individual.
Bye bye JF,
and both AKs dropped in their respective fights.
Look how disciplined Maoz are as well. They're not giving them any of these easy 1v1 fights. They're not giving them any openings back into a round like this.
Okay, 4 men stuck.
Bye bye. Yeah, Alex, tell me about it.
He waited all round long to finally come out of ramp. But with 30 seconds left,
boom.
How much can they really do?
ווונדרפול נופל, 12-5 של היודונים. היידה מיזיקס, היידה סיאס אגל.
הם נאבי היו יותר טובים עם סימפל מאשר וונדרפול.
Dominant enough, I think, to help them forget about Dust 2, right? Dominant enough to get that out of the equation, out of their minds, moving forward. And the conversation after this for Mouse is going to be like, now the finals truly start. You know, we feel like we probably haven't been there. We had Inferno in our hands, lost that, destroyed on Dust 2, but now the finals can truly begin.
נראה לי אם נוסע מחר לירושלים. ג'ל מוריד בולן. היה מוזר אחי. ג'ימי שלח אותו לישון.
Follow-up play that's just brutal for Na'Vi. Exertion pushing up the stairs at the moment. That frees up Yimpat to move towards Catwalk to rotate towards the bomb site. Exertion has just basically cut the map in half.
לא, הקהל. הקהל. איזה באסה. מה, נאבי קאמבק עכשיו בגלל הקהל? אני לא מאמין.
תראה מי בייסייט. שוי, עומד לו רק 2, טובי טוריטיק איזי, שלהם שתי קיטים, זהו, ניצח את המשחק.
וואי, הם הולכים פלס כולם.
3 פלס זה טעות.
איפה החלוץ? ברון סי. אולי? טוב. Okay, now they know,
שוי עומד לו רק 2, טובי טו איזי.
אלכסי בי! איזה שוט! זהו, נאבי עושים פה קאמבק למשחק הזה. שנייה, אני אחזור.
Impact. He knows where he'll be found. Impact's playing at the van. Let's peek up into the apartments. JL's going to lose his life. Impact will hang on to the AK-47. Torji, the sniper. At least that's carried over.
Yeah, and it still hurts a lot. And I mean, Na'Vi doesn't exactly have the money to go for those kinds of hunts, but they're basically just saying we're down so much that one of the ways we get back into this is taking the economy way. So it's worth the risk of that hunt to try and take out one extra weapon, force one extra rebuy, so we can get that relief a little bit earlier and try and close this gap. This might have been the round-winning kill. Good clear from Bit, good peek. That one secures it. And Mao still have 6 chances to close out Mirage and take us to Ancient.
Torzi, the initial damage is done to him by utility. He'll do one better. Dropping Alexi B to kick off this round. Mouse with a 5v4 to try and convert to close out this map. And that is another step in the right direction. Kill after kill, moment after moment. Mouse are back. Finally a map victory in this BO5. Still so much to go. But at least they don't get blanked. At least it is not the 3-0 inside of this arena. JL will go through the formality of playing out this round, but Mouse know they have closed this 13-6. They can always rely on Mirage. Mouse find a way through in the final. One map added to their tally.
טוב, לקחנו מפה. מרשים. איזה בלגן, נראה לי שני נסיעה היום בלילה לירושלים. פעם. טוב, נפתח בינתיים סיאס, נשחק ריטיק.
Sons of Gaben. And Chad Birchall. Chad Birchall is 30k hero. Yes, I've heard. Frags by the hundreds. And if he were here, he'd consume these cunts with mollies from spawn and spray downs from his ass. I am Chad Birchall, and I see a whole squad of my countrymen here, in defiance. We've come to frag as legit men, free men, and free men you are. You won't let these cheaters take that from you, against that. Understand you make talks. Give up and re-queue when you're out. Dying to the next cheaters a few games from now. Would you be willing to trade all those rounds from this game to that? One chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell these cheating fucks they may take our reload, but they'll never take our freedom. Yeah, go next.
Well, that's probably what happens when you watch drop room there, Chatty B. But for the side of Mouse, it would appear as though that did not equal the same outcome, the same fate as we got in those first two maps. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters down here in Rio. We are certainly getting a grand final now. Mouse have shown up, and that goes a long way, guys.
Yeah, for sure. They gave us, I wouldn't call it a competitive game, but they gave us a competitive showing. You know, Mouse looking by far like the better team here, Mirage. Very fast-paced first half, you know. There was constant dueling happening in towards middle. It was within the first 10, 15, 20 seconds that you'd see 2-3 players already in fights, some of them dying, some of them surviving with low HP, but the pace of this game and the pace of the grand final so far has been atrocious.
I'm just happy that Mouse has not lost the belief that they can still win this final, right? That was apparent from the way they approached the T side in some of those early gun rounds. You know, a defeated team doesn't take those sort of risks individually. The players, you know, being really aggressive, whether it's Shui on exertion, depending on the spawn or the approach, right? And they came out swinging and managed to prolong this grand final.
One may argue that, you know, when you're down 0-2, and especially after losing Dust 2 in the fashion you did, that you already feel defeated. You know, you're walking in with the mindset that no matter what we do in Mirage, it can't get any worse, you know, and it seemingly that freed up some of the Mouse players. In particular, Exertion in the beginning, you know, we called him out, I called him out saying that he had a horrible final so far, which was up until that point correct. Then T-side Mirage, he comes in and he's taking every single fight he can find. He's rushing through smokes, he's being very aggressive. You get the high package right here as well, jumping out.
Hello.
It felt like he was playing, you know, freed up from whatever pressure that he felt coming into the grand final, and sometimes I guess that can happen when
כמה זמן יש לנו בין זה לזה?
When you do wake up 0-2, because now, you know, you're looking at what would be a reverse sweep, you're looking at back against the wall scenario. In just about every case and point you can make across the map itself. For Exertion, great time for him to show up. Yeah, go.
Yeah, and you could tell her, you know, in this highlight package, a lot of it is just mid connector.
שנייה מזה. עכשיו נעשה קונקט.
And unfortunately, I mean, it wasn't very exciting in terms of the rounds weren't very close, but that's what it came down to. You know, both teams were really trying to wrestle for mid early on, and it was Maoz and Exertion and Shuek who came out on top in this one.
Yeah, they certainly did. You can see those stats on your screen right now. Map 1 and 2 versus map 3. That's because map 3, Maoz decided to play there, and that's a great start, Jacob.
It's a great start of finding your way back into the series, and especially doing it in a very convincing fashion as well. Some of it is also down to Na'Vi not showing up and maybe
למה ורטיגו? מה זה?
a little bit too complacent in the situation they were in. I think that is one of the weaker Na'Vi performances I've seen at this tournament, especially on Mirage, where they normally always, you know, have some sort of a base level or foundation they always rely on, but invited Na'Vi back into the game. Also when
25 דקות יש לנו עכשיו בין זה לזה. היי? צריך להתארגן לגיים. צריך לשנות את הקומפיוטר, אחי, אני כולי יושב בצ'יל. אוי ואבוי. אוי ואבוי. טאפי, טאפי. Ay. Finally, Tappy getting the headshot. נייס. דאבל דינק למוח שלי. מה קשור 25 דקות טיימאוט? מה זה? איך אני אעשה סיאס? No problem, my friend. Oh, Tappy no. אחי, שמעת אותי? נייס שוט.
ככה בפייסיט, כזה מרגיש יותר טוב סיאס רגיל.
אנחנו בסרבר ישראלי, מה?
כן, באמת פינג והאקס, זה לא צריך מצב.
Expected pick, זה הטיימינג שלו. עבר, אני חיבדתי לראש, הכל טוב. יש גיימסנס ויש איים. אומייגאד, איך לא הרגתי אותך? הכי גרוע שאי פעם היה לי בחיים נראה לי, מה זה? מה אתה רוצה? איזה מפה? לא נראה לי. בוא נעשה 4. איך הגעת לסרבר הזה אגב?
דרך הקומיוניטי.
וואלה זה עובד אחר הטאבון הזה?
כן, הקומיוניטי סרבר בראוזר. זה עובד אם אתה לוחץ על הסרץ'. זה לא עושה לי אוטומטי. או ב-CSGO. למרות שדעתי אחרי
Six shots.
בוא נהיה חליף גרוסר לדוט.
תחליף? 16 דקות, חנקו לנו דפנים. 30 דקות. איך דפיוס את הבום? כמה זמן, גבר? מחליף קרוסר? נראה אם אני יכול לשלוח את הקרוסר שלי. share or import. copy or code. copy. בוא נעשות את שלי אם בא לך. מה זה? אין לי גלוק. I got kicked. היית אמור לקבל שואל פה לראש. ברוך הבא. הופה, ג'אבלר הזה הצטרף אלינו. הוא בווינדו. טאפי, זה שנינו, גבר. הוא בדוס. מה זה? איך הבאת בטרפליי? מה זה? נהיינו פה סרבר. ווינדו. אני כולי קופץ עושה לו דרום. וואי, שירים פה זה חופר. פעם 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 פעם. טאפי, באים לפה טריירד עם פול טריירד. אחד קרוב לשורט שם. האחרון לא יודע, קוראים לזה אפילו. נינג'ה. היי טאפי, נפרדנו אח שלי. באמת מקרוני הזה. סייט, אתה האחרון. זהו. אין, לא לך מה להחזיק אחי. היית מפסיד בכל מצב. איך משנים נייף אחי? מה הפקודה? נייף? שמונה זה נקסט. איך אני משנה סקין לנייף? Nice, nice. אומייגאד, אחי, נהיה תקוע פתאום. Nice shot, Tapi. Next, IL.
Oh my god.
זה? נקסט אייל קוראים לזה? מיטיקס. מה יש? 3 נגד 4? איך אנחנו נצליח את זה? באמת, איזה מוגזם. 3 נגד 4 בבי. אין בעיה.
יש לך סיכוי, יש לך סיכוי.
בטח, מה זה?
הנה, 3 נגד 4 אבל לא בבי.
3 נגד 4 לא בבי.
איך נחזור מזה?
זה בטרפליי. איפה בטרפליי נאיף? הנה. טאפי, תחסל אותי, טאפי. מה זה נפיק לתוך 3 עבוס ענק.
בריו פייר עליו.
תביא את זה.
הספריים שלי אבל יחסית לא רע בסיאס.
איך קוראים לשרת? נקסט אייל. טאפי עם הסטופיד לפיק.
ספרי באדי אבל אין טימייטס קובר מהשורט.
תרשום נקסט אייל. פשוט בזה אתה תראה את זה. חברתי?
קשה.
מה שלי, אני בן אדם זקן, אתה צריך לזכור את זה. טאפי חוסל, טאפי בוט. טאפי טו איזי.
שלחתי את ה-IP בצ'אט. שרוצה להיכנס יחד. יהיה רגוע.
Too easy, too easy. נו, שים לי כבר את הסקין הזה, כמה זמן אני צריך לעבוד כדי להיכנס לשים סקין. יש מיראז'? כן. זה בבי בכלל.
רק פסיכי. אם אני אמשיך להיות פסיכי. אני לא פסיכי בכלל.
נייפס, בטרפליי, זה. Oh. למה זה לא בוחר לי את זה?
קורא עם נאבי.
עם נאבי זה נראה לי אמור להתחיל בקרוב מאוד. בעוד 3 דקות. נראה לי משחק בסרבר זה הרבה מהיום. אני אשחק בסרבר הזה הרבה, אני אומר.
יש כמה כאלה, כן, זה לא אחד.
תשמע, לא יודע, אני התחברתי. שמירה ובחירת סקין. למה לוקח לזה כל כך הרבה זמן לשמור ולבחור סקין?
אתה עושה דרך האתר שלהם?
כן. או נו, נדפק לי המשחק. אני לא יכול לשחק את זה. יש לי את הבאג הידוע של סיאס.
סיאס לא גם כאילו?
לא, הבאג הזה שאתה לא יכול לשחק את זה כי הקרוסר שלך נהיה פזדץ. היי, טוב, לא נורא. בחירות סקין כל נשקים. טוב, בוא נלך לנייפס. בטרפליי, אני פשוט אכונן לזה שמתחיל עוד 2 דקות. שמירה בבחירת סקין.
Know his work ethic. When you hear about his story, when you hear about the background he's come from, and how much he wants this and how far he wants to go, he understands more than just playing. He understands what it takes to get to the level he wants to achieve, and he follows his path the way he sees it, and also listens to.
לא עובד השטות הזאת.
Actually, I have no idea what makes JL so special. Maybe because I respect people around me. I try to give them as much, not as much attention, but treat people with positivity. I always say hi to fellow players or fellow staff workers at BSL, Blast, whatever coming to a premium.
לא עובד באתר.
People respect me. The bomb down, pushing through his aim. Charging into the site. Na'Vi refused to surrender.
לא יודע, לא עובד על הסרבר שלהם. יאללה, התחלנו? התחלנו מפה 4? תשמע, גם הזה של לשלוח להם לא עובד. טוב, לא משנה. בוא נזרוק את כל זה. 35 שניות לתחילת המפה הרביעית בקומפטישן שלנו. ואנחנו נכנסים לאנשנט בעוד 20 שניות. לפתוח השיתוף או שאתה בינתיים בריטקים? סלמתק.
אני אכנס אחרי הבונוס
טוב, איך שנוח.
Every IM final has resulted in a loss. He looks to change that and can do so with an ancient victory here in this best of 5. Mal starting on the CT side.
Ancient.
Side of Ancient. Two world-class squads. And hopefully this
מפה רביעית.
we know that we're capable of. Well, if you're Na'Vi coming into that,
אני אוהב את הפרודקשן לבל שלהם, תמיד הוא גבוה, תמיד הוא איכותי.
It's always been a strong map for them, a good map for them ever since the Copenhagen Major. They come into this and say this might be the best chance. Last 2 maps remaining. Ancient now, and if Mao's win it, we go on to Nuke. And Na'Vi wants this win right here. Yimpat against
יופי, ג'ימי עם אנטריפאגל, וונדרפול. אימא עם הספרי התור שמשיג פה פרי קיל. הופה, הופה. ביט מוריד את שוי. 3 נגד 2. ג'ימי מוריד פה 2, 3 נגד 1. ביט נגד העולם, מוריד את זרשן. נשאר 50 HP. הולכים לעשות לו דאבל פיק, האם הוא יצפה לזה? לא. Well played by mouse. פיסטול בידינו.
What a pistol round from Yimpat. 3 kills for him. Hiding in Donut, shutting down Na'Vi every time they attempt to break through. Smoke takes Wonderful's attention away.
ג'ימי, 4 קילים? 3 קילים לפחות. הייתי ברוול נשיג את הקיל האחרון. כן.
Earlier on, Jason, you said Mouse may have just already kicked off their final box. Well, reverse sweep in a best-of-5 final, that's a box that not many teams have been able to complete, so that'll be something special for Malice.
It absolutely would be an event of special things, obviously. I mean, winning 2 playoff games for the first time this year, taking down FaZe finally, as that rivalry's been very one-sided.
טורג'י פוגש ב5 טרוריסטים, מוריד אחד, עושה המון נזק על 2 אחרים. ראונד נהדר של נאבי.
Spread to Lexi, so Navi will take that ball plant. Obviously, the round is comfortably controlled Mouse at this point. A ball plant though gives Navi extra cash to play with going into this first gun round.
השיגו 2 קילים הפעם. לא, פעם שעברה הם השיגו 2, כן. אשכרה, you're in Rio, it's not Disney.
When he has to play passive and donut, he's so good for a multi-kill there.
ג'ימי, עם ה-6K בשני ראונדים.
Aggressive lurk, timings of when to stay passive. This time it looks like he might just lead the way a little bit aggressively, but he tucks himself into the corner. Bit was with them. Looks like they want to go for a timing to push through this smoke. Here's the flashbang.
זרשם משחק על הסמוק. איזה יופי של סטאפ של מאוס.
And to secure the life of exertion. And a 2-man advantage in this first gun round. Navi get nothing done.
Great start for Mouse. Here comes JL. The smoke AK, but too much of a risk to go through that, so he'll respect it for the time being. The ball in the back.
JL מנסה להשיג פה ספאם קיל. לא מוצלח במיוחד.
It's not a good timing for it at the moment. You'll know at this point, after the success in middle, Mouse would have dropped the defender. Back to Donut, likely one of the A bomb site playing passively, so they just realize this ain't the time for the play. Back to middle we go. That defense slides back into Donut. It means you've got some real estate in mid to work with, so some space.
ג'ימי על 7-0 בשלושה ראונדים. והראונד לא נגמר.
Not able to find any kills that can bring this back within their reach.
שוי. שוי לא משיג פה את הטרייד? איזה יופי ששוט על אלקסי. ג'ל מוריד את זר שני ברולנד איך הוול, what the fuck was that? הוא לא יצפה לטורג'י שם. וואו ג'ייל, איזה שחקן מוגזם.
Something special from JL, that secondary kill through the spam. We've been waiting for JL to have his moments. He had that quiet.
אפשר להגביר קצת את השיתוף.
Dust 2 didn't matter because it was just straight domination. Mirage was all Mouse. But Ancient, JL's got a whole list of impressive plays on this map.
ראונד גדול של מאוז. נכנסים פה לתוך הפיסטול half בייק. טורג'י מאור. מפספס את הפרשוט, פוגע בג'ייל דרך הסמוק. איזה סטאפ של זרשן. ראונד רביעי בידיים של מאוס. אלא אם וונדרפול מביא פה ראונד לא מעולם הזה. התחיל פה עם פיק על שוי. שיפר את הנשק שלו ל-M4. הוא יודע איפה טורג'י יעמוד, הוא יודע איך האופרים משחקים.
Look at the money on Mouse. Any kill that Wonderful's able to get is massive. In fact, like if he gets one more, it's so important. Keep that money low. Keep Mouse in a reset position, teed up. For one good round to bring them.
פשוט איך טורג'י ישחק, אה?
But really tough to find that single kill. Good reposition from Torji to put the range of the AWP to good effect.
מה עובר על טורג'י? וונדרפול מוריד פה 2. לא יאמן. לא יאמן.
4-0 start for Mouse on the CT side. Navi obviously have rifles to play with coming into this next.
Well, first gun round they tried to just kind of pop out middle on a delayed timing. But Mauz's defense was set up close behind the smoke, so it got shut down with ease.
4-0 מאוס. איזה יופי של התחלה למפה הזאת. מה, אנחנו הולכים פה למפה החמישית, אה? No way, no way שאימא נופל פה. וגם ביט?
Na'Vi aggressive in middle and silenced as Shuei now peeks out of cave. He hasn't seen anybody down the ramp yet, but he knows his presence in the B lane. Once he confirms that with some spam, but this is all about a play forward for JL. If he gets shut down here by Torji, Na'Vi's chances shrink to 0 in terms of getting back into this round, and Torji has eyes on the correct position. It's just about patience. There is some utility for Na'Vi, but they haven't elected to use it towards long. So likely to have a try.
Oh, JL.
What a shot from JL. Torji just gets sat on his ass. And now that bomb play is coming in for Na'Vi.
And because it's a double up in cave, JL can get such a deep position. It's a 4-on-3 in the post plant, but two of them are entirely isolated.
JL knows where his next target is likely to be coming from. He's got eyes on K, but he has to worry about eventually that timing through CT spawn. You can see him kind of
wonderful, אוכל פה המון דמג'. זה שמוריד JL. 2-2, כולם לואו.
Wonderful sits within the side. Alexi B letting that time take on as Na'Vi's bomb plant goes in their favor, but Alexi B into the open. Impact gets on it. He's off the defuse and no more time.
לא יאמן.
Round is done and it is chaotic, but it's Na'Vi's first.
לא יאמן.
It comes down to money. I mean, everything that happened in the round is great, but at the end of the day, Yimpat doesn't have a kid. He has to pick one up off the ground when he starts that defuse, so he couldn't stick it. Couldn't even give himself a chance for it. Man, what a round from Na'Vi. Good read. JL with this opening kill. He feels so safe and comfortable in this position to set himself up for a really powerful jiggle.
And
the defensive setup from Mauz just betrays them. Deep smoke, deep positioning from JL. Exertion has to play it patient. And nothing the cave players can do in the meantime.
איזה רשעים, אם מאוס מנצחים את זה, יש לי נסיעה לירושלים אחרי המשחק הזה. אחרי 5 מפות.
To the game plan that Na'Vi want to try and execute. How important is it for them to get out and get that control? They've ran it twice now. One fast, one a little bit delayed. Both times shut down. Impressive that Na'Vi's able to recover in the 3 versus 5 here.
נוסע לירושלים כדי להילחם בחולדות. לייב סטרים.
M4 for exertion is the only rifle in sight for this defense. Middle this time, it's Ima about to get sent out by Flash.
זה שמוריד פה את אימא.
Before the flashbangs, so exertion with that one rifle is able to climb up into heaven very quickly.
This is wondering if
אין למאוס כסף אחרי כל הראונדים האלה.
If it seems very important to them, because Mauz clearly have a game plan of getting aggressive down middle, just shutting down any exit out of that smoke. Look at JL, he's creeping into the B bomb site, which was a winning recipe in the last round. He's got 3 players flanking him out, Exertion, Browl, and Shuhei.
But Bit's already pushed A as well, so the bomb is actually drifting back over towards Bit, while JL could become a late piece and try and cut them off from behind.
מה הולך פה?
Which piece they want to use.
Yeah, they're sort of in limbo between the two of them.
And I'll tell you what, they're making the wrong decision.
They really are.
Yeah, they're going to come right back into this stack, and JL has passed it. But Na'Vi should be aware that there could be this kind of a push. And if they spot them going up ramp, there's a timing here. They could warn JL.
JL operates so well in this position. He actually gets behind the cover. It's a perfect play. Now Bullet goes out. He's going to have a little look into the B-bomb side just to make sure it's clear, but he's going 5-7 for Shuei, still here, but he's got an AK picked up instead, and that bolsters this defense. Shuei goes down to the hand of Alexi B, and Na'Vi have a space to plant the bomb.
בראול המשיג את וונדרפול. 4 נגד 2. אלקסי בים 8 HP. Unlikely שנאבי לוקחים את הראונד הזה. ביט 1 נגד 4. בראול מחסל את ביט. איזה ראונד גדול של מאוס.
הפרשר על נאבי. רוצים לקבל ריברסוי בפסט אוף 5.
אשכרה אחי אלקסי בי does it again.
קרס סטייז. אם הם שדים את זה אז כאילו נאבי יורדים לטיר 2.
I mean, we are starting to see some of that frustration that we see from Na'Vi in the group stages, right? There's something they had to work through. Something got the better of them in that final game against Furia. And they had a big conversation.
כל נאבי כזה, מה זה? מה זה? כולם תוסכלים. אלכסי בי, הירו AK, יחד עם ביט.
Ties into this long run of finals that they've been in, just the grind, the extra games in every single event, having to go deep into the playoffs. Navi's exhausted. Been playing against themselves, as you mentioned, throughout this tournament, the frustration growing and building.
And then you start to think of some of those finals that you've been in that you've lost. Some of those best of fives that you've let go. They're down at 5-1 at the moment. We still have that extra map under their belt. Fighting through the cave is Shuey to go down, Brawler to peek into the open. Effective trade, and he doesn't need to fight because look at this.
שמאחוריו. מדהים, איזה יופי. איזה יופי, זה שני הנשקים של נאבי. Oh no, זרשן. פליי אגרסיבי מדי. מיותר לגמרי.
And Navi's got to solve that puzzle. 3-on-3 with 33 seconds left on the clock. Good.
Oh no. 2 נגד 2.
And it opens up access for Navi to go back towards middle, back towards the A bomb site. But if they make that decision, it has to be right now.
Torsi's one of that, so goes back to red to make sure they're not going middle, which does leave Brawlin for a moment alone. But they realize now they haven't gone mid, so they have to commit.
הם ראו אותם ברדאר.
Torsi's come back. He's come back over at the right time. And will he catch the right timing for the peak? He certainly looked like
Toji.
Wonderful's going to go down to the hands of Brawlin. Just JL.
Nice, ראונד שישי של מאוס.
6 rounds as this streak continues for Mouse.
Mouse playing a very
איזה יופי.
game right now on Ancient. Complete control.
ראונד אגרסיבי מדי של זרשן, שמדרדר פה ל3-3.
Teams want to take this level of mid control on the T side this aggressively, this consistently, and it's not working out for them. A lot of times they'll just choose to go passive, don't even mess with middle, don't even waste any utility, throw your red room smoke. But save it for later. Let them burn their utility taking that deep control. Let them burn their utility peeking down lane. Take everything a little bit later when you have the utility advantage and can play the late rounds.
איזה שוט.
You mentioned how difficult coming back to the best of fives are.
Oh wow,
the first 2 maps, but if you win them convincingly, not a lot of energy is exerted in the end. You've got it, and it comes down to a final map. You've got the momentum on your side. If Mouse are somehow capable of taking this victory.
And this is that passive setup. There's the red room smoke. Hima throws a Molotov to the
גן ראונד נוסף, ראונד שמיני. אהלן גלעד. שו עם 0 קילים. ועדיין מאוס על 6-1. ג'ימי וברולן במפה. מפה מרשימה ביותר.
Navi shows they want to do that late mid control. Another red room smoke. Nobody's home. From Mal's behind it. It's a push down.
Oh, Toji עם שוט נהדר על ג'ייל.
Instead of pushing forward off that kill though, backs up. Bits in his extended duel headshot angle. Jimmy's got
ביט. וונדרפול מוריד את ג'ימי ב... מה זה, בדונאט?
Donut fight. Alexi B exertion kissing inside of the smoke. Bro, and he's taking Emma down as well. Alexi B.
Oh no.
Right by.
Oh no.
Alexi B taking Torsi out. That must be so confusing for Torsi. But exertion now knows what happened and he'll make up for it. Leaving Wonderful 1v3.
3 נגד 1. וונדרפול מוריד 1. וונדרפול מוריד 2! No way. וונדרפול כמעט מביא את הדבר הזה. לא יאמן. 7-1. מה זה גוקו? מה אנחנו רואים? הוריד אותו דרך הוול. איזה ניסיון מטורף. בויז הים, אשכרה. מה זה? נתן מכה לשולחן שלא בשביל ניקו. בטח, שמה זה... מה שניקו עשה, איזה באסה. וואלה, הוא היה יכול להביא את זה בקלילות. הפסיד את הדול הזה. סקיל אישו מה שנקרא. ג'יילי, מי רואה אייקי?
ואני ב-1v0.
זה שנוקח יותר מדי פייטים, אני לא כזה אוהב את זה.
Showing they want mid-control Na'Vi that could potentially have it. They wanted to force a rotation away from the B bomb site. But Maoz isn't really budging. Torji's watching it from a distance with the AWP, now creeping closer. Shuhei's fallen back as well, and actually, all of a sudden, it feels like Na'Vi's gotten everything they wanted. A passive defense at the B bomb site. Rolling in cave, Shuhei behind Cube out towards long. And he'll back off when he sees contact, when he sees utility.
Oh, Shuhei.
שוי בטיימינג נהדר. ברולן מוריד את אימא. ג'יל עם הטרייד. יש לנו פה 4 נגד 3. לא להאמין שנאבי לקחו את הראונד הזה רגע. אולי הקדמתי לדבר. אומייגאד!
Running for his life. Impact one bullet would have done it, but he can't connect it, he can't find it, so instead it's the defuse. Molly goes in, but
ג'ימי דופק פה את האולף מיסטר. נו ווי שג'ימי לקח את האולף הזה רגע. ועוד הוריד נראה לי ג'ייל אחר כך. No way. No way. No fucking way.
How many more does he have in this tournament? He's been stellar. We mentioned it. He's a big reason these clutches why Mao's even made.
איך נאבי הפסידו את הראונד הזה 1 נגד 3 הרגע? מה לעזאזל הם עשו שם? אוקיי, ג'ייל הוריד בסוף. Not even close. וואלה, not even close.
Smile on his face. He knows the dirty things he's done.
Oh god. Impact again.
Oh, good adaptation from Na'Vi.
זה שאני יכול ליפול פה.
But this time the flash is coming from the players up B lane because the defense has been so close. Changing the angle of the flashbang is what can allow Ema and Bid to actually get out and have some safety as the smoke clears. It's a minute and 15 seconds though, and Na'Vi's running out of utility. 2 moments and a flashbang for the rest of the round.
אמא לוקח קונטרול לכיוון רדרום. האם זה שאני מצפה לו פה? אני מניח שכן, הם מכירים את הפליי של אמא. יש לו MP9. היה פה הזדמנות לא רעה להוריד פה את שוי. ברולן מוריד את אלקסי בי. נייס ג'ימי עם הדאבל קיל לכיוון קייב. מה זה? זה פשוט מפה של מאוס. Oh no. 3 נגד 2 פוסט פלן פוזישן. ביט 14 HP נופל 9-1. אמרתי לך זה ששומר את הקלט שלו מפה החמישית אוברטיים שלישי. וואלה גוקו, אם יהיה פה מפה חמישית אוברטיים שלישי אני בא אליך לבית ודואג לי שלא תנשום אוויר יותר. אין לי זמן לדברים האלה. שהיא נסיעה לירושלים היום.
He's been effective down middle, trading whenever a kill does come out, helping save Exertion's aggression.
אשכרה אנחנו נכנסים פה למפה חמישית כנראה, 9-1 למאוס. איזה טירוף. They are getting fucking lucky guys. They are not good. They are lucky. וואלה אלכסי בי. הולך לאכול כנאפה בשוק? וואלה לא, יש לי חולדות בבית, בבית הוריי. אני הולך לפנות כל מיני ציוד מחר על הבוקר. מתקרבים לשם, וואלה כן? מתקרבים לשם. מפה חמישית צלמת, אבל לא מפה חמישית עכשיו 84 רוטניה. אמא עם קיל על זה שם. ג'ימי נופל. גם טוב, כן? לא נוראי. 9, שוי, נייס שוט על וונדרפול.
His teammates are just so far away. There's no way they're actually going to attempt this.
With that smoke, yeah, there's just no way now. So Shuei's going to back away. His teammates are already saving on the other side of the map.
Not bad, not bad.
Second round for Na'Vi collected. Full movement in the last round of this first half. Na'Vi in a desperate bid for 3. Alexi says they're getting lucky. Would you agree with that, or do you feel like, I mean...
Nah, not lucky, lucky.
Right? That's...
Look, I mean, I don't know if you want to call it luck. It always feels like luck when you're the losing team, but certainly Mouse has gotten away with a couple. A lot of these rounds have been very, very close.
Yeah, they're making their own luck.
Which is why losing one round has this kind of an impact on the economy of Mouse. They've been so close, they haven't been able to build any money behind it to sustain a loss like this. So you can understand...
ג'ימי סוחב, וואלה, ג'ימי סוחב. גם ברול אני משחק לא רע. שוי עייף המשחק הזה, אבל בסדר, ג'ימי בעניינים. 17-7 על ג'ימי. 9-2. מחצית לא רעה. גם אם תיגמר 9-3. יש לנו אופ על טוז'י. אייקי על שוי. ו-MP9 על ג'ימי? לא יפה, לא יפה. טוז'י עם פיק נהדר על אימא, איזה שוט. זה שמוריד את JL. 10-2 מחצית. נראה כמו התוצאה. איזה עבודה נהדרת של מאוס. ג'י פוזיציה מאוד אגרסיבית. לא נראה לי לשחק אותה עד היום. לפחות במפה הנוכחית הזאת. That's wonderful, no?
Wonderful's just hoping he gets a peek. They don't want to commit to A. They want to see if they can find any kills before they really decide. We want to finish at this bomb site. We want to finish at this bomb site. And they still don't know where Yimfat is. They're going to hit tab and be like, he's still alive. Yeah, and that gives them the indication A main is a point of contention.
Well, they molly that off.
אבל יש להם יותר מדי זוויות להתמודד בלהם. ביט מת מהנייד. איזה יופי של נייד. הם יודעים איפה הוא וונדרפול. 10-2 מחצית. מה הולך לרד קסלסי? מה איתך אח שלנו? נייס, נייס. עבודה נהדרת של מאוס במפה הזאת. אני חשבתי שאנחנו כבר הולכים הביתה. אתה חושב בדוריאן MVP? וואלה, לא למפה הזאת לפחות. לא למפה הזאת ולא לסיריד הזה.
לא בכללי, לא בכללי.
לא, תשמע, היה לו כמה סיריסים לא רעים.
טורג'י MVP, 100%. אבל אתה קונסיסטנט.
בסיריס נגד ויטלטי זו שאני נותן עבודה. לא יודע, תשמע, כולם שחקו לא רע, אבל בגרנד פיינל הוא לא איתנו, לא מספיק כאילו. הוא משחק קצת יותר מדי אגרסיבי לדעתי במפות פה. וזה גורם לו למות. אני גם חושב בכלל, אתה יודע, אולי ג'ימי גם יכול לקחת MVP, לדעתי ג'ימי עם ה-best stats מבין כולם. לא שסטאטס זה ה-only factor, אתה יודע. flying or jumping. flying or jumping. בוא נראה. They are getting fucking lucky, guys. They are getting fucking lucky. אלכסי בי, זה. כמות הקלאצ'ים לא נורמלי, גם יש לו סטטים ממש טובים. כן, אני מאמין בג'ימי האמת. Wonderful, 4 AK kills, 2 headshot on bomb side, 8 defense, clean round versus upgraded pistols. תורג'י אייס. ג'ימי סטופ פראגינג עד המפה הזאת, וגם המפה הזאת הוא טופ פראגינג. אז זה כנראה ג'ימי וטורג'י שמתמודדים בעיקר על המפות, על כאילו גרנד פיינל. אני חושב שג'ימי כל האיבנט היה בסטאצ די גבוהים. והיה לו הרבה אימפקט. בוא נראה. ג'ימי 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. הוא השמיני הכי גבוה. עם 17 מפות. מכל האיבנט. לא רע, לא רע. ביט מעליו. וזי הוא כמובן על רייטינג חולני. עד שמאוס משתיקים לו את או נו, מה עשיתי? או נו, 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 נו. I have to go back. זה מטורף שזי עם סטאדים כאלה ועדיין לא עוברים את הרבע. כן, תמיד הפסידים את המשחקים צמודים האלה, אבל הפליימס זה באמת היה משחק חלש ברבע לדעתי. הוא... כל אינפרנו פשוט זר שם היה יותר טוב ממנו. לא רק הוא, גם ספינקס פתאום מפספס שוטים שאני אומר וואלה בחיים הוא לא מפספס כאלה. בסדר יש גם איבנטים כאלה. אולי האוויר בריו לא האוויר שמביא להם את הגביע.
It was unthinkable that they would find themselves back into this after losing the first two maps so quickly to Na'Vi. Mao's are the ones in control somehow.
It was a transformation after map 2. This is the Mao's team coming in. That's finally showing us the quality.
בום, 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 בום. רק מתוסכלים, רק מתוסכלים. בוא נראה לך את שוי.
They're here to take the trophy away. A pistol round.
היה להם ראונד אחד בדיוק שהם הפסידו איקו, שספינקס לא מוכן, שהפסיד להם את המפה. הם הפסידו הרבה קשקושים, באמת.
מה המפה חמישית?
לדעתי ניוק. וונדרפול עם דאבל אנטרי לראונד.
נאבי עשו בה, לברטי גם עשו בה. כן, כן, והם עשו בה לנו. לא, פרויקט נאבי משחקים בנוביס.
איך? נאבי לא משחקים בנוביס?
בקוש.
כנראה זה הטוב מבן שלהם, לא ראיתי את המשחקים, לא?
לא, לא, זה פעם ממש שלהם זה ורטיגו.
אלכסי ביס שונה את ורטיגו.
כן. מ-2021 זה. במילים אחרות, במתי שוורטיגו נוספה למפות.
Fire in from long, couldn't stop anybody from safely getting into the bomb site. Plant locked in. Torji now moving forward aggressively with his flashback. He flashes set up.
וואו, איזה יופי של פלש של אלכסי בי. נאבי עם פיסטול?
יאללה, קומבק, יאללה.
יופי של התחלה של הראונד של וונדרפול, הוריד המון לחץ מנאבי.
Good job from Alexi to set up his teammates for an easy clear. And a nice opening provided by Wonderful.
10-3 לפחות פלנט כן, אפשר לעשות פה פורס, לא לתת לנאבי יותר מדי אוויר לנשימה. ישר לקחת את הנשקים, לשים להם בתוך הראש, להגיד להם למי שיותר גדול. כן, מאוס כמובן קונה. אני לא כזה מתחבר לבית של מאוס. שתי פיסטולים. זרשן.
Zershin going out first into mid. Got that Galil to work with. He doesn't spot anything, so he'll climb up heaven and join with the rest of his forces.
Na'Vi wanted nothing to do with that fight. Wonderful and Ema both backing up into Donut into safety. Smokes deployed.
Wonderful.
One remaining on Ema.
מקבל ליטוף קל מזרשן. אלכסי בי. יופי שקיל של אלכסי.
Probably feels like he didn't deserve that.
No, but he's done it a few times to other players, so I'm getting a little taste of his own medicine.
Once again, a more retake setup at this B bomb site. You don't have utility to make the challenge at top B ramp difficult for Mauz.
Full B execute.
JL tucked into the corner, bit there in support and as a distraction. Molotov goes too deep, so Bit will take attention and a kill, and hopefully they swing on him because that's...
סטאפ נהדר של נאבי וקלין ראונד. נראה כמו 10-5 למאוס. אבל 3 ראונדים ברצף לנאבי.
Now this is a huge disparity that Navi's trying to make up in this half, but we've seen incredible comebacks from Navi throughout this year and certainly at this tournament as well.
That's why they've earned the title of #1 in the world.
סטאפ מדהים, אני ממש אוהב את הסטאפ הזה. נראה לי אני מריץ אותו בקרוב. זה שנופל. גם ברולן. נאבי בראונד אגרסיבי מאוד. לוקחים שליטה על כל המפה.
Haven't taken a whole lot of damage in these past 2 rounds. MP9's farming up some bonus money, so cash is going to be nice for Navi.
נאבי לא נותנים דברים בחינם.
Shui's not even as PC for a moment there, just realizing this round is one that will be cast to the wind. Moment to settle in and group up as they go in towards A main. It's now going to be wonderful out towards Donut, who has the opportunity to clean up these eco kills.
I'll tell you what, Dingo, if you want to have a little foreshadowing of something sad for the Mauz side, you know, it's
wonderful in cleanup.
Losing in best of 5 finals, it sucks getting deleted in best of 5 finals, but if you get beat on a map where you went into the second half with a 10-2 lead and let them come back to lift the trophy, that's actually maybe the worst case scenario that I can imagine.
That would be kind of brutal. Let's hope for Mao's sake they force it to 5.
Navi still look confident.
Yeah, they still
no one's going off script, off playbook, no one's trying to do too much.
וואו, איזה נשימות, דאפי. עשר 5. יש לנו 5 AKs. נאבי מסודרים מבחינה כלכלית. גם לנקסט ראונד. ברולן מוריד וונדרפול, שוי נופל. ברולן מוריד גם את ג'ייל. ברולן עם מפה נהדרת. נייס נייט של אלכסי בי. ג'ימי מקיל ה-19 שלו במפה הזאת. 3 נגד 1. זרשן וג'ימי שניהם לא הוא בטירוף. אלכסי בי עם 3 מוקדים.
That's a round, I think, once again, it almost feels like Navi is just getting a little bit...
ראונד 11 של מאוס.
They're getting lucky. I think Navi might be getting unlucky. That round feels like a very much a product of Navi's success in the first two rounds or so.
Yeah.
They still have SMGs. JL gets exploited, not able to double up. If he has an M4, that's a different fight. They chose not to upgrade because the wins were so clean. And now Mao's going to try and deliver the knockout blow. It's fast paced towards the A site. Wonderful's here with the open.
וונדרפול עם טיימינג של השוי. איזה באסה להיות שוי במשחק הזה, 4-13.
אם אתה נאבי, אתה עדיין
כן, המשחק נהיה מאוד משחק עכשיו.
And so it's now just Torsi, and Wonderful realizes that there's only one gap, and he's going to plug it. 6 rounds, Navi not falling to map point yet.
Maxim.
This is lovely from Navi. Whenever you take this A bomb site against them, especially if you do it fast like this, you have to be able to expect that Navi players are going to be playing behind those smokes, swinging into the bomb sites. They don't like playing full-blown retake. They want to challenge you as or before you're getting the bomb planted. Browl even beat the timing on the supportive flashbang to activate Ema, but still couldn't handle the fight. And Na'Vi, it was 8 at halftime their deficit, now it's just 5.
אשכרה נהיה פה משחק, 11-6.
Exertion as the hero AK-47 has taken the brunt of the damage early in this round. 49 health left. Look at Bit. Look at the push he's got. All the way through MA.
It's a cool round to do it on as well. You know they're going to have low HP. This might be the only time Bit actually executes this kind of a flank. Got one firing through the smokes. The bullets sail over.
מקסים, יופי של פליי של ביט. ונייס פייט של אימא. וונדרפול מוריד את ברולן. שוי וטוז'י. נגד העולם. שתי טק ניינס. וונדרפול עם השוט דרך הוול.
And another step in the right direction for Na'Vi. The gap is starting to shrink. And a timeout for Mouse to make sure that they put an end to this now.
Yeah, attempt to maybe have a conversation with the guys. Maybe communication is starting to slow down. Maybe that frustration is coming in. Because these rounds, outside of the one they lost, Na'Vi's been so clean. They've lost 4 players in 5 round wins in this second half. So Cyclone's trying to take some of the pressure of calling off Shuhei, give him some more time to think, give him an idea. Reminding the rest of the team, they're still in control, they're still in the lead, they're still just 2 rounds away from Nuke.
Guys, they really fucking lost this game. You understand? Guys, I want to do... Understand.
You can see it from both in-game leaders when we listen into them, just trying to spread the belief, the idea. For Shuhei, it's about making sure the team is still playing together. For Alexi, they've already lost. We've already done the hard work.
11-7.
And we will cruise in to bring this back.
גוקו, אתה פה? נראה לי שאנחנו הולכים פה למפה חמישית. רק בחלומות שלנו. מאוס.
נראה לי הם הולכים הביתה.
כן, מאוס קבלים עונשים קופים שבוחים למיד על ידי נאבי.
Not the space to make that kind of a play. Bit trying to just execute the round-winning move.
ביטי בלי אגרסיבי מדי. עוד פעם אתה עם הנשיפות החזקות, דפי, מה קרה? אבל זה לפעמים שאתה נשימות, ולפעמים פתאום כאילו אנחנו בסופת ברקים. וונדרפול. מוריד את שוהי.
He's got a quick rotation available from JL as well as he comes back through CT, but Ima is just playing behind that big box. He's got utility, he can slow this down and separate them.
אם אימה מביא אחד, it's round. אבל he's not gonna get the one. ג'ייל מוריד את ברולן. ג'ייל לא מעניין אותו כלום. 11-8. אתה פיגע בירושלים, לא? וואלה, אתה פיגע בירושלים, גלעד.
All of a sudden, Alexi's words have a lot more meaning behind them. They've already lost.
If they go on to win this, if they go on to lift the trophy after Ancient, that speech will become legendary.
And Cyclone starting to burn these timeouts. He was able to hang on to all 3 because of how dominant they were in the first half. But faced with Na'Vi storming back into this map, into this CT side. He's trying to help his team find the solutions.
Yeah, Allah.
Miles with not a whole lot to play with. 2 Galeos. Tech 9, P250, Deagle. Although these are the kind of rounds that can come as a surprise.
Ima in 1 HP. Lucky motherfucker.
Involved in this play from him as he goes into B lane. It's all about A. It's all about the A play from Mouse.
החרדי הזה, וואלה טאפי חרדי אחי. או, וונדרפול, משיג אחד ונופל. אם המשיג את ג'ימי 1 HP, cannot believe. טאפי, אתה יודע, שיחקו לנו 5 ישראלים ביום כיפור.
They can't afford to drop this round. It would break them. And so Shui and JL, they go blow for blow. Being able to come back in and leave it just on Torsi, and Imma's got that cover.
Imma משיג שני קילים לבד.
And finishes it with a kill. It's 9 rounds for Na'Vi. They are truly back in this.
I'll tell you what as well, the risk that Imma took to run through the Molotovs and put him at 1 HP to get up towards lane paid dividends. Because that utility thrown out towards the B bomb site is meant to be a fake. And Imma has the information the whole time.
על הפנים, על הפנים, על הפנים.
He's in front of the utility.
מאוס לא מצליחים להשיג אחיזה במשחק.
They have the information and it's a calculated retake. 2 rounds back.
11-9. ג'ימי פשוט הושתק. אלכסי בי רק עם 6 קילים. וונדרפול עם 23. הבן אדם הזה בסיריז הזה, הוא צריך לקבל MVP בנאבי.
To a 5th map. Nuke awaits if he can do it, but Wonderful waits in the temple, the shadow. He knows what's coming his way. He sees the utility being thrown out, but no one peeks. No one from Maoz elects to go.
They were hoping to punish a player who made the decision to play big box. Would have been a nice, easy way to find an opening pick with Torji's AWP, but...
יאללה, מאוס, תביאו לנו ראונד. עוד פעם הסטאפ הזה של נאבי.
So Torji and Exertion will look elsewhere. They have control of B lane. Navi's keeping track of everything.
נראה כמו רד רום טייק של מאוס.
Wonderful is still alone at the A bomb site. At what point does Navi feel like he needs to be supplemented with the rifler?
It's got to be soon because they realize now.
And the main thrust of this attack will come.
וונדרפול נגד העולם ב-A.
He wants that one shot, that one clean shot blinded.
Oh no.
Be worried about A main.
But now Imma starts to activate. He starts to come in behind.
אימא בפס פלנק. משיג אחד טוב שעושה עליו טרייד. 4 נגד 4. בוס פלן. נאבי לא רוצים לעשות סייב לזה, וליכול להיות שזה מה שהם יצטרכו לעשות. פוזיציה קשה מאוד. זה שמוריד את ג'ייל. ביט מוריד את זה שלה שוב. או נו, טורג'י. 11-10. 1 round game, cannot believe this shit. איך מאוס הפסידו את זה רגע? 4 נגד 4. טיימאוט שלישי של מאוס.
what their role in any given situation is. Wonderful takes his one shot towards Donut at the beginning of the round. His only job is to keep Yimpat tucked into A main. As to just hold that angle. He never even peeks into the bomb site. He makes sure Yimpat cannot be involved in the round.
איזה הזיה.
And this is a reminder as to why we call Na'Vi the #1 team in the world. This is a reminder as to why they've made 6 grand finals in a row.
Just the level of domination right now.
Goku.
Na'Vi, both teams CTC
today,
but Na'Vi's is on a different level. Of the 8 rounds that they've won in this half, none of them have they lost more than 2 players.
No, absolutely.
Mauz has had plants, but they've never truly gotten close.
Incredible CT side. Collapse for Mauz, but still.
Fake comeback? לא נראה ככה.
Still time, you're right. Just a lot less.
No one from Na'Vi is playing around the tall box or the big box. It's a passive A setup. No one in the site
שוי יורד ל-30 HP מיוטיליטי דמג' לדעתי. הסקריפט מראה שיש מפה חמישית, וואלה. בשביל שהיה עוד תוכן לקהל, יכול להיות. סקריפט ידע? אז מי לוקח בסוף? מאוס?
Navi just so comfortable at the moment to hold on to utility. Now the first play is being made. Red room smoke. Blocked a little bit, but not any kind of significance to allow Ima to play. It's wonderful with the open donut. That's going to be first contact.
כל המשחק כבר, אתה יודע, צולם. וונדרפול מפספס. פשוט. אבל אימא אוכל אותם. את זה שהם בג'ימי. שוי הולך לישון. טורג'י מוריד את ג'ייל. יש לנו פה 2 נגד 3. אין פלאד גם. 11-11. אם לא, אנשים יהיו מפוטרים אחרי המפה הזאת. וואלה. מאוס הולכים הביתה, לצערי. הם עייפים מדי. איזה ליינאפ של אמא.
Just when you think Wonderful's missed shot might cost them this comeback, Ima's there to step up for his teammates.
איזה שחקן האמא הזה באמת.
We know there isn't one standout star. We know.
לא יודע מה שאני רואה שחוסר ניסיון משפיע עליהם כרגע לגמרי. אולי זה שבלייד יתגלח. קשה להתמודד עם בלייד מגולח. בלייד עם הטיימאוט השלישי והאחרון שלו לרגולציה באנשנט.
What a moment for Ima. 11-11.
Mouse leaves some money.
There's so much cash on Navi's side of things, and yeah, they descend using the timeout called by Navi and Blade. Run boost up onto the ledge.
אימה אוכל נייד לפרצוף, ביט עם פלי אגרסיבי. מוריד את שוי. מוריד את ברולן גם. ג'ימי מוריד את ביט. 2 נגד 3 לטובת נאבי. ג'ל מוריד את טוז'י והם יודעים איפה הלספר. נאבי לוקחים את המפה.
Navi have come back. They are now looking at
12-11. איזה עבודה נהדרת של נאבי.
unthinkable work to do in this second half, but they have certainly done it now, Jason.
They certainly have. Unfathomable to think about during the first half.
Wow.
But boy, they got going, and Alexei could feel it. He could feel it.
אולי קיבלתי את הסקריפט הלא נכון. כן, נראה לי קיבלת הסקריפט הלא נכון, גוקו. עבדו עליך. מי שמחר לך את הסקריפט, אחי, נגיד לו שאתה רוצה החזר, אחי.
One round and they've got it. Alexei B has been in the final of IEM 6 times. He has not been able to win the title here. Mouths gather at the foothills of B. Ima to climb.
Oh, Ima.
Do you still make this play? You just made noise. Still does. He peeks, gets a lot of information. Sees 2, decent damage, backs away.
So make sure he stays alive, plays his life. A tense round here, the most tense of this final.
And once again, Navi just playing far, far back at this B bomb site. They want to make sure nobody goes down. If this is to be a set piece and execute onto the bomb site, Vit, JL, and Alexei hold strong in their positions.
טורג'י עם פלנק מאוד איטי. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. טורג'י לא משיג את
The kill.
Mouse have collapsed. 17 seconds. No time left. No time left.
Wonderful.
And that shot. Oh, it's big, but he
Stein negen Stein.
There's suddenly a way back for Mouse.
Jail can stop it. Oh, can he from CT Sport? He's got the
Oh, 1v1. Ima negen Toji.
So it falls into the 1v1.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Torzy, their best big game player, to try and keep Mouse in this, to get it into overtime. The Hungarian hunkers down, but Emma now realizes where he is. And the defuse tapped. Torzy doesn't peek, doesn't buy it, doesn't go. Shots got
Oh, GG.
Oh my god.
G to the G.
I am.
גוקו! חס כתבת עלינו גוקו. איי איי איי.
ככה זה מסתיים, best of 5 win נגד מאוז.
אללה. בחשבנו ג'ימי MVP, מה זה?
Inside the server, it's a scene of phenom offers, and he showed today why he's one of the best in the business.
עבר כבר 5 שניות ואז הוא מחליט שהוא יורד. וואלה, מה אני אגיד לך? טרולר.
They have become the best team in the world, the most dominant year thus far, and they're heading into the major run as the favorites to win it all.
It looked like they had a mountain to climb, but it's in the foothills of Rio de Janeiro that Na'Vi claimed their 4th title.
Wonderful, too good, באמת.
And for Mouse, another progression, another step forward, but not able to claim it just yet.
Massive progress. 6 grand finals in a row.
כאילו מה הסיכוי שלך שנה מצפו 10 ראונדים לא יהיה לי כסף לקיט. וואלה, לא יודע אחי. בלייד מרוצה, בלייד. וואלה גם כן. איזה טרולרים באמת.
בסוף ניצחו משהו.
יאללה. עוד פעם זה הלחץ, כן? צעירים, ילדים. יאללה חברים יקרים שלי, תודה רבה שהצטרפתם ללייב, ואני הולך לסיים פה את הלייב לערב, יש לי נסיעה לירושלים. לצערנו אנחנו ממשיכים לא לזכות. אבל אולי מתישהו בקרוב. מי יודע. בטאפי שיח ללילה אח שלי.
לילה טוב.
Champions. Wonderful. What do you want to say about that victory?
It was a good victory.
A man, a few words with this. Not just a good victory, but an impressive performance from you. How did it feel to do it in the way you did, starting off by winning the opening 2 maps?
I didn't hear what you asked because the crowd are screaming. But can you repeat?
How was it winning the first 2 maps, then struggling on Mirage and coming